Council, our regular meeting to order. Can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Susan, can we please have a roll call?
Here. Here, Counselor Mankey.
Here.
Counselor Nagle.
Here.
Counselor Page.
Here.
Counselor Ford.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Here.
Counselor Timiakos.
Here.
Mayor.
Here. Everyone is here. Moving right along to approval of agenda. Councilor Boyd?
I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda, if I may, Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to include a presentations by student representatives item right before item 5 in the agenda. So this would be after awards and proclamations and before public participation. Our student representatives are here with us for the first time. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. We'd like to allow for public participation at this point. If anybody has any objections or any concerns about amending the agenda, please feel free to come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
Public participation for attending the agenda.
I'm just being safe.
Yeah,
We're just being safe because we heard about it last year.
Yeah. In that case, all those in favor? Aye. All right. Very good. The agenda has been amended to include presentations after awards and proclamation, which is what we move on to right now. We have some really cool things to celebrate tonight. First, we're going to start with a proclamation for one of our greats, Katie Bolte. I will read it here. Whereas we take pride and pleasure in joining family members and friends, along with coaches, teammates, and members of the community in congratulating Katie Bolte. And whereas Katie Bolte is a senior at Newington High School and a track and cross-country athlete. And whereas Katie was undefeated in regular season dual and triple cross-country meets in her high school career with a perfect record of 21-0 over 4 seasons. And whereas Katie was named an all-conference athlete in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, all-state athlete in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, an all-New England athlete in 2022 and 2023. And whereas Katie was both the Class L high school champion and state high school champion in 2023. And whereas Katie has earned many records, including earning All-American in the 2,000 meter steeplechase, finishing 4th at nationals with a Connecticut record time of 6 minutes and 42 seconds, is the CIAC Class L champion in both the mile and 2 mile, breaking the Class L record by 8 seconds. And whereas Katie finished in 6th place at the Foot Locker Cross Country Regional Meet in 2023, qualifying her to compete in the Foot Locker National Championships in San Diego, the first female athlete ever to qualify from Newington High School. And whereas Katie finished 21st at the Foot Locker National Championship, earning All-American honors. And whereas Katie was named the Game Time CT Player of the Year in 2023. And whereas Katie was named the Connecticut High School Coaches Association Athlete of the Year for cross country in 2023. And whereas Katie was named the 2023 Gatorade Cross Country Player of the Year for Connecticut, an award that recognizes athletic achievement, academic excellence, and exemplary character in high school athletes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council congratulates Katie Bolte on her numerous accomplishments, championships, and well-deserved prestigious honors throughout her career at Newington High School, commends Katie for representing her family, school, and town in an exceptional manner, and wishes her the best in remaining time at Newington High School, her college career, and beyond. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 27th day of February, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Plord. Any discussion? Councilor Mankey.
Yes, I would just like to congratulate Katie on a great career. I always wanted to be a runner, but didn't want to put the time in to run. The fact that you're putting this much time into this and still keeping up your schoolwork, I'm assuming, is commendable, that you can do all this and accomplish all this, and you bring great credit to the town and to our school system. So I appreciate your efforts and congratulate you on a job well done.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, Katie, to achieve this took a lot. It took determination, practice, long hours, focus, having a goal, and probably some pain as well. But these are qualities that you've displayed that took you far in track, in cross country, but that they're also going to serve you well in terms of wherever you go in the future. So you've done well, you're going to continue to do well, and congratulations.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Yeah, as someone who currently plays sports and played sports my whole life, I can understand the kind of dedication it takes to achieve something like you've achieved. So I just want to say that I respect the effort that you put in. It's a lot of work. I hate running, so I don't know why you like it. But I just encourage you to keep going, keep moving forward with it. I'm sure that you can do amazing things if you keep going. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, Katie, congratulations. I mean, this is just an amazing resume and you haven't even graduated from school yet. So congratulations and all that. Congratulations not only in your athletic achievements, but also academic achievements, and best of luck as you move forward.
Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Katie, you make us all very proud, the entire town, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to add my congratulations as well. I could never keep up with you running. So I was in a race with you. I definitely would finish last. Oh, that's just the minor thing, age doesn't matter. I hope you have success in the future. You're a proud representative of Newington High School and the Newington community at large. Congratulations again.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Katie, I just wanted to say congratulations. I know you have a great support system with mom and dad and your family. And I just want to wish you the best in whatever you choose to do moving on. And thank you for everything.
Councilor Floyd.
Katie, I just want to say, I ran with you on some of those cross-country teams and you were well ahead of me. So, I mean, I certainly couldn't keep up and most of us couldn't, not only with your athletic ability, but as has been said, your dedication and your commitment and your devotion to your academic rigor, to your community, and so we just really appreciate how you show up for so many of our neighbors here in town, whether it's on that track or anywhere else. And you should be commended for the example that you give all of us to follow here in town. So thank you.
I want to echo what's been said here. As a former high school athlete myself, I understand the commitment and dedication it takes just to compete at that level, and to excel in the way you have is admirable and remarkable. And on behalf of the town, we couldn't be prouder to have you here and of your accomplishments. So thank you so much for coming tonight and congratulations. You have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Take a picture.
That's a picture? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Have seats and some remarks.
Honestly, just the opportunity to run on this team in Newington. I want to thank my parents and teammates and especially my coach, because I definitely would not be here without them. But thank you to everyone. I'm like so honored to be here, and yeah, this is a great town. So thank you for
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Would anyone in the public like to come up and speak in congratulations? Okay. Feel free to come up now.
So I've been Katie's coach the past 4 years, and it's just been an absolute honor. I worked with her two older brothers. They were on the boys team, but I worked with them in track as well. And I finally got my own when she came along. I finally got my own bulky, which was huge. But it's just been an absolute honor. I'm so proud of her. She puts the work in when a lot of people, wouldn't necessarily want to do what she's doing. Running is super hard, and she's just willing to do whatever she has to do her best, and it really has paid off. She's off to Virginia Tech next year. I'm going to miss her a lot, but I'm just so proud of how far she's come and what she's going to continue to do. If you don't watch pro running, start watching soon, because we're going to see her out there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record.
Yeah, my name is Jen DeShane Emord, and you said address, 39 Valentine Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up and speak?
I am Kristen O'Brien. I am a member of the cross country and boosters track. I'm sure our president would have come up and said something, but it happens to be your mother. So I'm going to speak on behalf of the boosters. It's Kristen O'Brien, 7 Coronado Drive. I can't express how proud we are of Katie. Watching her run is absolutely amazing. Watching her at the track meets and at the cross country meets, it's absolutely amazing to watch her. And from the boosters and all the parents and teammates, we would like to say congratulations to Katie, and we are so proud of her.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up? Absolutely. Please do.
No. Do you know the runner or?
I'm Laura Bolke, the proud mom of Katie Bolke. And I've been Booster Club president for 8 years, I think now, and I'm headed into my last seasons. And I just want to speak to the support from this community. And this is a really good example of that. Between the Instagrams and Miss Tigno, who is watching out there in cyberspace, right? She let me know I'm going to be tuning in and watching. Coach Myers and Jen. There are not enough words to speak to Jen's coaching and encouragement. Dr. Bremmett coming to basketball games and presenting her with an award at halftime. It's just been a really, really remarkable experience here in Newington. We moved from New Britain when my oldest was in 3rd grade, and I just have been so grateful that we made that move. And I want to thank you all for supporting the schools, supporting the athletic program. Kate gets to run on a brand new track this coming spring. No more holes. It's just, so we'll see what she can do on that track. So thank you all individually for your support for Newington Athletics and for your support for the schools.
Congratulations. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, go right ahead.
I just wanted to bring up one point here. This proclamation was written a couple weeks ago, and the the town council meeting last time. We held remotely because of snow. So I want to just bring up a point. It's technically out of date.
Oh.
Since that was written 2 weeks, this was written 2 weeks ago, Katie won the state open championship in the mile on February 18th. So her accomplishments continue. Congratulations, and the sky is the limit.
Anyone else like to speak? Folks.
I think the council in agreement, then we should amend the award to include this newest award. I think we could all agree that they.
Sure.
I agree. Yeah.
So if we could just have, I think that would be a great thing to amend it, so it has the latest data. And don't win any more races between now and like Thursday.
We'll do it in the morning.
Give us to like Thursday to get it fixed.
Very good, very good. It's absolutely. All right, very good. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
No one online.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, nobody online. No. Very good. Very good. All right, we have another proclamation recognizing one of our very valued and loved senior center employees who recently retired, Karen Halpert. I'm going to go ahead and read this into the record. Proclamation. Whereas we take pride and pleasure in joining family members and friends, along with members of the community, in congratulating Karen Halpert on her deserved retirement after 22 years of service to the town of Newington. And whereas Karen Halpert has been an employee for the town of Newington since October 2001. And whereas Mrs. Halpert began her career as a part-time energy assistance intake worker for the Newington Human Services Department, Senior and Disabled Center, and the Community Renewal Team. And whereas Mrs. Halpert's duties soon expanded to include intake, coordination, and processing of the renter's rebate, elderly and disabled homeowners tax relief program, circuit breaker, and the veterans exemption programs. And whereas Mrs. Halpert became a full-time staff member at the Senior and Disabled Center in July 2011, administering the above programs and serving older adults and families in the community. And whereas Mrs. Halpert served the Senior and Disabled Center in many other capacities, including as a Choices counselor, Meals on Wheels driver, assistance with center programs, and in the office, and shared her creative side in leading various craft classes for members as her schedule allowed. And whereas Mrs. Halpert earned many certifications and distinctions in her career, including a certification in the Choices program for SMP fraud and abuse in 2012, Certificate of Mental Health First Aid in 2013, completion in the CT Department of Social Services PSE Elder Abuse course in 2017, and was certified as a team leader in the Powerful Tools for Caregivers program in 2019. And whereas Mrs. Halpert served the Newington Senior and Disabled Center, the town and its residents with skill, empathy, good judgment, teamwork, and professionalism for more than 22 years. And whereas Mrs. Halpert retired from service to the town of Newington on January 2nd, 2024. And now therefore be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Karen Halpert for her professional services and dedication to the town, and wishes her the best in her retirement, where she plans to spend more time with her grandchildren. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 27th day of February, 2024. We have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Gonzalez.
Karen, I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you have done for our town. You're an amazing asset, and I just want to wish you all the best in your retirement. You deserve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Tiniakis.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that. I'm sure the work that you've done for the community has touched thousands of people's lives in a good way. And I hope that you're really proud of that. So thank you for the hours that you put in, and thank you for just being a good force in the town. I appreciate it.
Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, as a social worker who's been in town for a few decades, I can't count how many times a client or someone who's not my client, but who I know in town is having a challenge with a number of issues, some referenced in this proclamation. And you're the person who helped them find the resources or get the support. or were there just as a caring person and a good ear to walk them through things and to hear them out. And we can't thank you enough. You're amazing, and it's going to be impossible to replace you. Thank you. And God bless and good luck in your retirement. Enjoy those little kids.
Councilor Jacob.
Yeah, Karen, for 22 years, you've worked with some of the most vulnerable populations in our town. Through energy assistance, elderly and disabled, tax relief, veterans, the list goes on. As this proclamation says, you've had empathy, good judgment, teamwork, and the ability to instruct and explain sometimes some pretty complex details or programs in a way to people at a time of maybe sometimes a crisis or need, in a way that makes them feel comfortable and understand. And you've made their lives a little easier, and you've certainly, as a community, we appreciate what you've done, and wish you the best of luck in retirement.
Thank you, Councilor Jacob. Councilor Mankey.
First of all, I want to congratulate you on retiring. Retirement is a great thing, and watching grandkids is a fantastic thing. Logan has watched his granddaughter for 2 days in a row because they were sick at daycare, and so I got to watch them. There's nothing better than watching your grandkids, and having the time to be able to do that is precious and should be enjoyed. I also want to thank you for your help with the seniors in our town and with our town. I mean, to serve any position for 22 years in this town is amazing, and that's a great thing. That's a great thing that you have we've had that continuity. Of all the attributes listed here, I think the one I stick out is empathy, because everybody I talk to, you are empathetic to what they have to say, what they're doing, and that goes a long way. If someone just can understand what shoes they are, you may not be able to solve all the problems, but if you understand where they're coming from, that's a great thing, and I hope that continues in whatever you decide to do with your retirement. I'm sure you're going to find something to volunteer at. I'm sure you're going to spend time with your grandkids, and that's great. Maybe we can arrange a play date with our grandkids sometime.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Karen, echoing what has been said already, excuse me, congratulations. You have touched so many lives. The people that you immediately have connected with, and then that ripple effect goes on and on and on. Just want to thank you so much for your service to the community, and just have a great retirement. Take a little bit of time before you decide to jump into volunteer work, although we would really love to see you volunteer. There are big shoes to fill, and you're going to be missed. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Nagel.
Thank you. I'd like to add my congratulations. You're the second person that's been a proclamation. It's been sitting right there. So you can see me on screen, or I'll just lean in here. Karen, you've been such a vital link to the town of Newington through human services and the senior center and all the other things you've done. And I'm sure the town can't really express how much we thank what you have done over your 22 years of service here. At a senior center meeting, because I'm a liaison last fall, we got to know even in more detail what you've accomplished in all the multitude of jobs that you've taken on willingly, and always with a smile. And we hope we can get people to maybe not replace you, but at least to take on some of the multitude of things you've done. Congratulations. Enjoy your retirement.
Councilor Nagel. Mrs. Halpert, I want to echo what's been said and offer my sincere thank you for all your years of service to the town. Last Wednesday, I was fortunate enough to spend some time at the senior center, and they set me up right outside of where your office was. And I can't tell you the number of people that personally told me how great you were and how much you were missed. So I heard it firsthand there. So we're really, really grateful for your service. And as has been said, feel free to volunteer and continue anytime you'd like. Absolutely. So thank you so much. Deputy Mayor.
I'm raising my hand for Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. No, that's all right. Just echoing what's already been said. You meet people, you have met people in your time in Newington at some of the worst moments. in some of the most dire situations. And when they have to fill out that paperwork, it makes those situations that much harder. And so your service to this community is immense, has been immense. And we are just so deeply, deeply appreciative. We cannot thank you enough for connecting our residents with the services that they need and doing it again with such empathy and grace and dedication and creativity. So really, thank you for everything that you do and best of luck in your retirement.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Karen.
Thank you very much.
So take a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations. You can have a seat.
Wow. Have Jamie looking at it.
Nice.
Thank you so much. This is such an honor to come here. I'm actually, it's overwhelming, actually. I lived in Newington for 50 years before I moved out. And I started out doing daycare in my home for 10 years for neighborhood kids and other kids. And I go to Grace Church in Newington. So my affinity and my heart is in this town, even though I've moved away. I've been fortunate to have some great mentors in the years that I've been here, folks that have moved on, here. And, you know, I've just been blessed to enjoy coming to work and to know that I've been able to change people's lives and to help them stay warm, help them have food, recommending them to human services all the time. This town has great services that it offers to its folks. So thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Rose is here.
Carol's gonna be here too.
I'm Carol, Director of Human Services. I just want to say that I will miss Karen, as I know will so many of the people that she's worked with over the years. She knows everybody that she's worked with. She cares about them. And she's just been an amazing team member working back and forth between departments. So we love you, Karen, and we will miss you.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I speak tonight as one of Karen's clients and friends. She certainly is going to be missed. Over the last 10 years, she has helped me through many of the energy assistance and Operation Fuel. Well, actually, it's Pam that does the Operation Fuel, but they've all kept me under control. And Gary Turco, you should thank these two ladies for not getting too many more emails or phone calls from me. They're the common force. Karen, I can't say enough about what you've done for me and for others, and you certainly are going to be missed. I came to speak about Karen mainly, but you've all said so much about her already, and I totally agree. I'd just like you all to give a round of applause for the human services. Carol, for everything that people don't always know what goes on in other people's lives. And I remember when Ken Friedenberg, I went to him first for energy assistance, and I said, why don't more people apply for this? Don't they know about it? He said, they know about it, but they're too proud to come in. Well, after working for 50 years and trying to stay in my home, I found these little programs, and they're big programs for me to help me out. The senior tax relief, the energy assistance, the Operation Fuel. And I will be so upset if the lady that takes her place isn't as nice as she is. But
Just a warning.
just a warning. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Good evening, Edward Nuevo, 20 Surrey Drive. I'll make this short and sweet like Karen is. I want to deeply give her appreciation because she's helped me throughout the years during difficult times. She'll be sadly missed. And I want her to enjoy her retirement and remember every day is a Saturday.
Anyone else would like to speak?
I may again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm
absolutely.
sorry. No, go ahead,
come on
sir.
up.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Pazzafarato, and I'm here to congratulate for all the help and the goodness. And when I was in trouble, even if my English was not good, she was there. She reassured me. She said, "Oh, don't worry, Tom. Put the number in. We'll take care." Karen, I love you.
That's a tough comment to follow, but I wanted to just, I had the pleasure of working directly with Karen at the senior center for 7 years. Everybody's spoken about her empathy, her perseverance, her resourcefulness. That's all very important. But I want to make it very clear to everybody listening tonight that Karen is directly responsible for improving the lives of thousands of Connecticut Newington households over the past 22 years. And that is something that's going to be immensely difficult to replace. But I also can't thank you enough for everything you've done for the town, for the senior center. You are, again, directly responsible for getting people the help, the assistance that they need. I can't think of anybody else who is better suited to needing some rest and relaxation to you, although understand that's hard to do when you're chasing after a toddler, and I wish you the best.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Moving on our agenda, we have presentations from our student representatives. Like, come on up and introduce yourselves and give us your report.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maggie Woods. I'm the Newington High School Student Council President.
Hi, I'm Adrian Bielski. I'm the Newington High School treasurer.
So how this usually works is we usually present monthly for the Board of Education. We actually have designated representatives to report for the Board of Ed, but we decided since you all offered to have us present for the Town Council monthly as well, that we would have different representatives from our board come in every month just to give you an update on what's going on in our school system and all the accomplishments of our students. So to start, one of our biggest updates this month is that Newington High School welcomed a new member to the staff. Benny is a hypoallergenic golden doodle who is currently working as an emotional support dog part-time at the high school to help students with mental health and emotional support as needed throughout the day. Many students were very excited with this new addition to our school and the faculty at our school, and it's been going really well so far. In terms of events, the yearbooks are currently on sale until March 1st. On March 14th this month, we usually do a monthly theme Thursday, which is a spirit day where we once a month and we offer like a competition for students, and each homeroom has a chance to win a free breakfast. And so if you're not aware, there was a Newington High School student that passed away over the summer, Arlissa Floridia. Her birthday would have been March 15th this year. So our theme Thursday on March 14th will be a graphic t-shirt day in memory of Arlie. So we're very excited to see students and staff show their support in her memory. March 14th through 16th, we are having our musical production of Mamma Mia at the high school. The 21st, there will be no school except for juniors because it's SAT day. The career fair will be taking place on March 26th, and we have our spring pep rally on March 27th.
In the arts department, the NHS Jazz Band had a phenomenal time at the UConn's High School Jazz Festival, and the NHS Drama was preparing their performance of Mamma Mia and we'll have it at March 14th through 16th, and tickets can be bought with a provided link.
In terms of sports, you've already recognized Katie for all her accomplishments. And we just wanted to say that on behalf of the students, we are all extremely proud of Katie for all of her tremendous accomplishments. She represents the students at Newington High School very well as our athletic department. Katie was invited to compete at the Millrose Games, and her new PR time at the meet moved her national rank up to 7th place in 2024. Bella Kakuta scored her 1,000th point and is the fastest player in NHS history to score 1,000 career points on the basketball team. The Nighthawks girls ice hockey team will play in the CCC finals against East at the Coop, which is our hockey arena. The boys hockey team will play in the CCC semifinals tomorrow against E.O. Smith at UConn. Tonight, the boys basketball team is playing in the CCC semifinal against East Catholic at University of Hartford. Boys diving has their championships tomorrow, and the boys swim team has their championships on March 1st. Cheerleading also had a full sweep for all conference, with 5 athletes making all conference and 2 athletes making all state for the second time.
Moving on to clubs. The senior class held an apparel fundraiser to lower the cost of their prom tickets, and that was held yesterday. The book club is currently reading Girls Like Us by Randy Pink for their upcoming meeting on March 6th. And the class of 2026 will be having a fundraiser at Rooster & Company in Newington at the center on March 4th at 5 to 8 p.m. Key Club is also currently working on their Earth Day service project, and for the event, they'll be cleaning up several parks in Newington.
We also get reports from the middle school students and their student council and leadership clubs as well. So Martin Kellogg is now off book rehearsing their musical Newsies, and performances will be held from March 21st to the 23rd. Ski Club took a trip to Mount Southington for their field trip. John Wallace had their winter dance last Friday for all grades, and it was a blast. Middle schools and elementary schools had spirit days to celebrate school counseling week, such as College T-shirt Day, to celebrate the counselors' hard work to further students' education after high school, and Hats Off to Kindness Day to celebrate random acts of kindness. The author of Lady Lunch and the Jedi Academy series, Jarrett Krosaka, visited Anna Reynolds. He presented creative process, inspiration, and his journey as a writer to the students. Anna Reynolds was also able to welcome an emotional support dog named Archie. Archie is Miss Bacho's 2-year-old corgi and is certified emotional support animal, currently working towards therapy dog certification. So that is all of our report. Thank you so much for allowing us to come and have this opportunity today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any questions from counselors for our reps? Counselor Floyd.
First, I just want to thank you so much for being here. This is a new thing for us. This is the first time that the council has had student reps at least in recent memory. And so we're so happy that you're here. And we want to communicate with you constantly. We want to hear what's on your mind and what you're seeing in your capacity as representatives of your school. There's a lot of issues that young kids face nowadays, and we really want to get a good sense of those. So I actually have a question for you, which is, I know that there's been a lot of discussion around mental health in schools recently, and among our generation. What is your kind of sense of what the services are like in our high school, and if folks take advantage of those and that kind of thing?
So we actually have a club at the high school called Stop the Stigma, centered around mental health and addiction. The club is run by Miss Redmond, who is actually our new mental health coordinator at the high school. She's actually starting her first year in that position. It's a new position the Board of Ed kind of brought to the table this year, and she has mental health classes for students that are kind of starting to be participated in the school. Students are having a chance to have discussions about mental health. Anyone's welcome to attend these meetings. I think they meet every month or maybe twice a month. But the club is able to generate a lot of support for students, and it's been very vital in the past couple of years since COVID. A couple of years ago, we really started the student representation kind of portion of Board of Ed meetings. And last year, when I was a member of the Board of Education representative team, we were able to present to the board findings from Stop the Stigma, where they brought a survey at the end of the year to the school, and students were able to kind of give their feedback on mental health services. And we noticed there was a lot of low morale for students in those couple months in that first year after COVID. And recently we've noticed that it's gotten a lot better. We think overall there's still a struggle. I think that's common in today's society especially, but we've been able to provide more services to students, more opportunities for students to have things excited about for school, like those theme Thursdays, chances to boost morale, boost school spirit for students and staff, and also have them have the opportunity to speak openly or kind of seek out help if that's something they're struggling with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, no questions, guys. I just want to say, I think it's really cool that you're here. I think it's awesome. I appreciate you spending a Tuesday night here with us. And I can't wait to meet the rest of your board as they come along in. And then, oh yeah, if one of you guys win that free breakfast, let me know. But I just want to, I appreciate you guys. I want to say thank you.
Yeah, just thank you both for coming and giving a concise report. I appreciate that. And keep up the good work.
Very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along to public participation in general. If you'd like to participate in public participation, you may come up and speak. Please state your name and your address. And if you would like to speak over Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll allow you to speak.
John Slazarski, 40 Granby Drive. Good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
I don't know about all of you, but I'm feeling pretty inadequate after listening to Katie and Karen's accomplishment. I'm like, I hear you. I was hoping that most people were going to talk about the train station already before I got up here, so I could just say ditto. But personally, I'm not against the train station, but I'm sort of against the Hartford line. I think it's just ridiculous the amount of money we spend on that. Every person that rides that train, taxpayers in the state of Connecticut pay $40 to have them ride that train. I got up in the middle of last night, I'm going like, wow, I pay a lot of taxes in Connecticut. I can only pay for 250 riders, at that price. And that was pre-COVID. Post-COVID, it's 60. New Haven lines, pre-COVID was $4 subsidy. Now it's 10 because it hasn't really come back. There's enough train stations around. I'm concerned about the additional traffic on Cedar Street going to the train station. I'm concerned it's just adding another stop, so it makes it longer. Because now when I go to New York, instead of driving to New Haven, I drive to Fairfield Metro, so it doesn't take me 15 minutes longer than it used to because they added 2 stations. So I just think that's things to consider. Berlin's 4 miles from my house. Newington would be 3. Elmwood would be 7. I don't think we have the density to support a train station every 3 miles. So on to pensions, it's Councilor Menke was disappointed that I didn't talk about pensions last time. I had to do the train station. I'm a little concerned because we have a pension committee. The ordinance doesn't address anything about pensions. Tried to change it now for 10 years and haven't been too successful at that. And you're going to see a pension report that's probably already finished. That will be included in the budget that the committee has not discussed, has not looked at any of the assumptions in that report. So you're going to get a report that's pretty much done by people, the town management and the actuary. So I think we got to think about, what you're going to do with that. I've seen some reports that the actuarial firm has done lately to West Hartford. And even though we've had a 15-year bull market and the total stock market's at the highest it's ever been, there's inklings that they're gonna say we should increase the interest rate, investment rate that we get on our funds. I had a discussion with Counselor Page a while ago, and he said, why do I care if it's fully funded? Why should I care that it's fully funded? And I provided him some numbers. I can provide all those numbers to you too, but if the police department pension was fully funded right now, our annual cost of the town to fund, but the current exposure would be $1 million a year. Under the way we're going, trying to fund it, it's 2.7. 10 years from now, it's going to be 5. You do pay as you go, it will be 5 now, going to 7 million in 10 years. So it just helps you control the budget a little bit more. I only have 9 seconds left. Oh, sorry, just one more thing about the pension. There's been new committee members that have come on recently, and I was pretty excited because there's like 3, but they've never shown up. We've had a Board of Education member that has never shown up in the 2 years that he's been on there. So that kind of concerned me. Can I just do a public service announcement? Okay, because I'm past my time. I just wanted to let everybody know that in town, that over at the senior center, Jamie's probably going to get mad at me if you mention this because most of the appointments are already taken. But we have a good crew of people doing tax returns for people for free. There's no income limits. There are some limits depending on what you have, but I would suggest, and the thing is, there's experienced tax preparers over there have been doing it for several years. Every tax return is peer reviewed by another tax preparer. Our error ratio is a lot lower than H&R Block, and it doesn't cost you anything. So I would just suggest people, if they want to go over there and get their taxes done for free, to give the senior center a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosnowski. Anybody else would like to speak in public participation? No.
Good evening again, Edward Neuville, 20 Surrey Drive. I wish to speak in favor of the train station. Myself, I've taken the train numerous different times. I've taken fast track to go to Hartford, but unfortunately the fast track drops you off away from the train station. You have to walk underneath the railroad tracks to the train station. And especially if you have luggage, it's very difficult. I'm disabled and it's hard for me to do that. It's also kind of dangerous because depending upon the time of day, you're in Hartford. Having it in Newington would make it easier for disabled persons to take the fast track to go to the Cedar Street Station or Newington Junction, wherever they decide to have it, and make it safer. It also will increase property values, and we need to move forward with progress from the town of Newington and not being closed-minded. Thank you.
You Ed?
Neil Ryan, 237 Brockett Street, Newington. Still the heart and soul of Newington. Okay, first of all, I feel like I have a need to apologize to the town council for not attending the town council meeting until tonight, because I wanted to thank all of you on your great victory in November. And I like to make up this town council very much, but I especially want to give a good shout out to Mitch, Page, and Kim Rada, because you stood tall during what I know was a difficult 2 years in the town council. But be glad, reinforcements have arrived. The future's looking better. Okay, now I want to talk about the train station. I want to follow up on the comments Ed made, which I agree with. I want to thank this town council for resurrecting this project, the proposed rail site in Cedar Street. Why the previous town council sat on this project for so long is beyond comprehension to me. All it did was cost us time in pursuing the project. Now, this project, it's a no-brainer. It's federally funded. It's not going to cost the town a dime. The rail line is already in place. It goes directly under Cedar Street, right to the center of Newington. It makes Cedar Street the perfect location for the stop. Like I said, people were afraid of the idea of what they thought might be a big railroad station. And those folks could not be more wrong. We're not talking Grand Central or Penn Station here. At most, we're gonna have is the stop will consist of a ticket machine, a parking lot, 250, 300 cars, along with a platform from which to board the train, and maybe a small bus stop type shelter to sit in. Oh, that's it. Now, I know other people complain about traffic on Cedar Street, as the previous gentleman did, as a reason not to build a train stop there. And I think what people don't realize is that we're talking about a commuter rail system, like a commuter bus system. Its number one goal, its main priority, is to get cars off the road, right? That reduces traffic congestion, air pollution, saves wear and tear on our cars on our highways. And I think the train stop on Cedar Street, in effect, might reduce traffic. That's what it's designed to do. I mean, would you like the train stop located somewhere out in the little farm field 10 miles from anything? No, of course not. It's got to be near where the traffic is. But I think if anything, this will probably reduce traffic. And again, thank this town council for actively pursuing this project and supporting it. And counting down, this is good. I've got it down. That'll be it for me. The end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I'm not even going to go to the railroad station. It's been a long journey over the last 7, 8 years, listening to all different scenarios as to what may come to Cedar Street. I'm anxious to hear what you have to say tonight. But in the meantime, I ask once again, I think for the 4th time, can I have an update on the status of the sale of the old National Welding property at 690 Cedar Street? And also, if there's any updates on Alumni Road. My daughter graduated from Newington High School in 1998. At that time, I was told by the state employee who was in charge of the project for the realignment of Maple Hill and Alumni Road, don't worry about it, Rose, we're going to take care of it. She went off to the federal government, and here we are 25 years later, almost, well, it is 25 years later, and there's nothing been done. I've sat through fast track informational sessions, train informational sessions, Alumni Road informational sessions, and nothing's done. The last I heard was a year ago or more that there was supposed to be a right in, right out, no left turn into Alumni Road. Let's finish up with what needs to be done on Cedar Street before we start looking at other projects, is my feeling. But I might change my mind at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose.
We do have a couple of folks online who would like to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Schwartzer.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
David Schwartzer, 228 Old Farm Drive. I admittedly have mixed feelings about the need for a train station where it's being proposed on Cedar Street. We all know that Cedar Street is already a heavily traveled throughway. The new housing complex that's being developed on the site of the old Crest Pontiac site is going to increase that traffic. And with people coming and going from the train station, that will add yet more traffic to the Cedar Street. My biggest concern is that it is my understanding that as part of this project, the Sousa manufacturing facility will be taken by the town for the purposes of developing the rail station. On our town website, we talk about how Newington is a great place to live and a great place to work, and how people should bring their business here. I think we're sending a very message if in one hand we're asking people to bring their business to Newington, and on the other hand we're taking the livelihoods and the business away from people for no other reason than the economic development, which may or may not really be necessary on Cedar Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along, we have one more online. Go ahead, Mr. Bueno.
Good evening. This is Beth Del Buno, 327 Walsh Avenue. I'm calling about a different subject this evening. I had emailed you, Mayor Trister, regarding an unresolved issue, in my opinion, from when, before I left office, there had been a hostile work environment complaint made that was still unable for the investigation to have been completed prior to my exiting office. I am formally requesting to the entire council, as well as you, Mayor Trister, that you follow up on ensuring that that complaint is fully investigated. If it does not rise to the level of a hostile work environment complaint, based on your comments, Mr. Trister, in your email response, which was that it did not allege any conduct being directed toward the employee due to membership in any protected class. And if that's the case, then the hostile work environment complaint should be closed and found to be unsubstantiated. And if it's unsubstantiated, every single person that was mentioned in any way, shape, or form in that complaint, whether they be directly accused of anything or indirectly, should be notified of the outcome of that investigation. People's lives are affected when accusations are made, whether they be, in my opinion, baseless or not, and that's my opinion. But if those were found to not even be worthy of an investigation, then those folks need to be notified of that, and the unsubstantiated, finding of unsubstantiated needs to be made in writing so that our names can be cleared. It's not fair to let an allegation go uninvestigated and a dispensation not provided to those involved. So I would respectfully request that you either assign someone to complete the investigation or notify us if there was any form of investigation and what the dispensation is on that claim. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Beth. Anyone else like to speak? Come on up now.
Yeah.
No. I think one at a time. There'll be another opportunity later. Yep, come on up.
Good evening again. My name is Antonio Puzzferato, and I live at 273 Maple 11 in Newington. And I've been living there ever since 1987. I have nothing against the progress, but when the progress is the regress of the people, the vulnerable people in Newington, which they are the one, the pension people, is not more progress. So we have to think about that. The railroad, I'm not against the railroad, but the railroad will bring more policemen, more utility work and everything else. And I believe that the tax goes up. It would be not right to do it. So if we can do something, think about the people, because we feel that the people which they're retired, they don't have enough money to do it, and go up with the tax, whatever. We feel you push us out of Newington, which we work an entire life to make Newington the way it is now, and I'm very proud of, because I'm part of. And I trust all of you to make the right decision. But there is a couple of small problems in Maple 11 too. The beginning of is a little bit narrow. When you come from the left side, on the right side, you need to widen a little bit the road about 3 feet. So instead of wait for me like all 10, 30 minutes to turn right, because there are too many cars here, they could be there. And plus 273, 263, and we have the sidewalk is more than 1 foot down. We have always problem there. There was about couple of years ago, they will send a letter says they will fix it, and nothing is done. But I do trust the entire people here to make the right decision for the progress, but not the regress of all of us. We work so hard to make Newington the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else online?
Anybody else in the room or online like to speak? Come on up.
So, hello, my name is Zahina Crespo Morales. I live at 34 Coolidge Ave, and I have two things that I kind of want to put out there, right? So the first is the rail station. So I have a sore spot in my heart for rail. I love riding the train. And when I heard last night that there could be a potential for a rail stop in Newington, I was like, yes, I'm so excited about this because that means I don't have to go to Berlin. That means I wouldn't have to drive up to Newington. And also that means that, people coming in from, wherever, Amtrak, can support local business in Newington. Look at what Berlin did with their train station. Look at what's happening around when it comes to development and all the business that are going into there. Little small coffee shops, you have their restaurants, and then you also have a furniture place as well too. So I don't know, I kind of envision something not similar, but something like that for Newington. And then we also support people that, have a hard time with just transportation. Transportation is not easy in this state. So if we want to grow and progress, right, like our town seal says, we definitely need to make some hard decisions and not be afraid of change. Because although change can be scary, change should be also welcomed when it's understood. And then also Coolidge Ave is very narrow. I know Camp beats us, probably a couple feet. The amount of traffic that we see on a daily basis with all the cars parked alongside the road, it's bad. Where we have to stop if someone's coming this way in order to let them pass. And then if someone's walking their dog, then it's like, where do you go? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Greg Ostrinsky at 267 Audubon Avenue. With the opening of discussion of a train station in town, I wanted to speak today about CT Rail and the Hartford Line. The Hartford Line runs regular service between New Haven and Springfield, with 4 miles running right through our town. The Hartford Line is great for getting you to Union Station for the occasional trip to New York City, or bringing you from Wallingford or Berlin into Hartford for a UConn game. But that is not its primary purpose. The Hartford Line is first and foremost a commuter rail. The main benefit of commuter rail over driving is the freedom to do what you want while traveling. Instead of worrying about whether the oncoming car is going to run their red or getting stuck behind someone going 45 in the left lane, you have time to read, catch up on the news, or get an early start on work for the day. That's my personal hope for a commuter rail, is that I can start and end my day early and get home to my family faster. One common argument I hear for the possibility of a train station in town is the existence of a train station in Berlin. I wasn't sure of the differences of a station in Newington versus Berlin, but was curious, so I did the math. A commuter who lives in the center of town, I used Goldberger's as a reference, would need to drive 39 minutes to get to New Haven State Street Station. A drive to Berlin Station is 14 minutes, and a drive to a hypothetical station at the intersection of Cedar and Fenn is 4. Ultimately, commute ends up totaling 48 minutes from the Berlin station, or approximately 44 minutes from Newington. It may not sound like too much per day, but it adds up. Between Berlin and our hypothetical town station, in a work week, you would save 20 minutes you wouldn't otherwise have to yourself and would prevent 60 miles of wear on your car. A year of traveling to a Newington station rather than commuting to Berlin would result in 86 hours of U time and would prevent 3,120 miles from being put on your car. People that ask, what even is there to see along the train line, are missing the point of commuter rail entirely. The point is to provide an alternate way to get where you need to go. The point is to free up your time to do what you want when you would otherwise be staring out your windshield at the car in front of you, wondering when traffic will let up. The point is to get your car off the road and make more room for everybody else still driving. A Newington train station would help create a town where everybody wins, drivers and passengers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrinsky.
Good evening, Wendy Holness, 31 Barkledge Drive. Last November, Newington residents voted resoundingly for change and our voices were heard. It's a new day in Newington. I would like to share a few of the many positive changes I see in town. Youth are now represented in our government. Transparency and inclusivity are now core values. Stagnation is replaced by action. Our elected state officials are no longer kept at arm's length due to petty partisanship. Issues that were tabled without proper vetting, such as the potential train station and the failing of our pools, are now being revisited with fresh eyes. Grant money is awarded to Newington that sat idle is now being spent before being lost, and that is just to name a few. But we must not allow the temptations of negative partisanship or regressive tendencies by the few ever present in our town to stifle the winds of change, nor the positive and inclusive culture that is being forged by this council. Change is not status quo. Therefore, the expectation that we should operate in the same vein you were in is unrealistic and unwanted by the majority, as is evident by their vote. That said, I respectfully ask that the former Mayor Del Bono allow our current Mayor Trister and the Town Council to perform their jobs unencumbered by unproductive feedback and politically motivated sound bites under the guise of assistance. They are insincere. I ask not for them, but for me, as I want to move past you. With respect to the train station, I am in favor of it. Berlin is not right down the road, as the opposition likes to say, and Hartford is inconvenient and costly to park. Convenience is the name of the game when it comes to transportation. In this post-COVID world, many people now commute to an office infrequently, so Newington could be a reasonable home location for someone working in New York or Boston. I know that location and traffic are concerns, but they are not showstoppers. I trust this will be evaluated fairly and the best location will be chosen. I trust the transportation experts can solve the traffic concerns. If a rotary would solve our problems, we should be open to that. Rotaries are mainstream now, folks. Let's stop comparing the train to the CT local fast track. They are apples and oranges. Let's stop listening to misinformation being told by a few animated, antiquated, and ill-informed characters in town. Anyone who can afford to take the train is more than welcome in my town, and I sure hope they are hungry, need groceries, and have an empty gas tank. Let's be open-minded and progressive. Think from the perspective of town marketability and property values. Let's not miss this opportunity. We can do this, Newington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holness. There's going to be a second opportunity later in the meeting. Yeah, then you can come over that point.
Eric Turco, 98 Williamstown Court, Newington. Hello, Mayor, councilors. I was going to wait till later in the meeting after you had the discussion on the train station, which I see is under new business, before I spoke. But I tell you, it's been a long day. I may watch the rest of the meeting on YouTube at home and take off the suit. But I'll just comment briefly now. I hear a lot of support in town for the train station from young people, seniors, families that would like the option of a stop here in town, have the option to utilize more mass transit. But I also understand the concerns from some residents. We do live in a town that is crossroads for a lot of people getting from one place to the other. We have the second largest state university on our border in public university in Central Connecticut State University. We have a lot of businesses. We have a lot of things going on. And I understand why people might be hesitant. I believe in my conversation with the Department of Transportation, with expert engineers, that there are ways to ensure that a lot of these concerns are addressed. Let's make no mistake. I'm reading the book right now that was written in 1971 about Newington's history, and they had concerns then at that time with traffic. We are going to continue indefinitely to be a town where a lot of people are going through. No matter what we do, whether it's rotaries, increased mass transit, There's still gonna be, we're gonna wait on those stoplights, on Main and Cedar a little longer than we would like. But I think we can improve in some of the areas that are creating some gridlock. And I think mass transit could be a really big benefit to all of our residents in town, helping to reduce, hopefully, the amount of people that have to utilize cars, reduce the cost for people to get places. And if you look at some of our, most affluent towns in Connecticut, let's say down in Fairfield County that have train stations, they haven't brought issues. They've been a benefit. So I think we can do that here too. And I really appreciate you all having the preliminary conversations tonight. And you can count on me as a partner to bring the state on, to the table in continuing the conversations and helping to ensure you have the resources that you all need in making these decisions, and that there's a partnership and nothing will be forced down Newington. No stations are going to go anywhere that you don't want it. It's going to be done in a collaborative way. Is everyone going to agree with every single part of how it all's done if you decide to move forward? Probably unlikely, like every policy, right? But you have a partner in me to try to find the compromises where we can, and I'll help deliver the state's resources and assistance. So just wanted to say that. Thank you for all your work on this issue and everything else that you're doing, and talk to you soon. Thank you. Oh, and please, I won't mention it now because I'm out of time, but mention the CCSU day on Thursday. I know that's later on the agenda too, but thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to participate in public participation? All right, seeing none, we will move on to remarks by commissioners on, counselors on public participation. I actually want to start with, I just want to address a couple of things that came up at the last meeting and came up again today. In response to Ms. Lyons' questions about the National Welding site. The current status is that Anthony Properties is still the intended party of record that is involved with the National Welding site. Last update we got is that they were having a hard time finding financing. That's really where it was left. They're looking for financing, and we're expecting another update from them in the next couple of weeks. I also want to address at the last meeting, there were some questions in regards to the former town manager and his resignation. The town manager, as we know, resigned, and we accepted the resignation last week. There was a settlement as a part of that resignation. The settlement was consistent with his contractual obligations. And that is welcome to be requested for anyone who would like to see that. I will reserve any comments I have about the train station until we have our discussion on that, but I just wanted to make sure we got that out there tonight. Councilor Mickey, go ahead.
I just would take a moment to object to Mr. Solarski's. You said you felt inadequate. I've sat through many pension board meetings, and if anybody feels inadequate talking about the pensions, it's me. You seem to know what you're talking about, and you seem to have a handle on it, and I applaud that. Not only have you helped educate me as a member of that committee, but you've also stuck with it for all these years. And so I think that's an achievement in itself. It may not be running a mile and getting a record, an award or a medal, but if you can sit through some of those meetings, believe me, and not fall asleep or not go home to watch on YouTube, that's amazing. So I do appreciate your efforts on that committee.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that so many people brought up very good points supporting the train and legitimate, very good points in opposition to the train. And I am committed to hearing all of those voices. And I do, as the mayor said, plan to speak more thoroughly to those concerns and to what I envision based on the information I've read from the 2019 CROG report and other data about the economic and environmental benefits to the train, to Newington and the surrounding area when we have that more thorough discussion. So I think that would be more fruitful, and I continue to invite people's opinions on anywhere on the spectrum so we can have a fully participatory discussion moving forward. So thank you, everyone.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, first of all, I just want to thank everyone who came out to speak and who may speak towards the end of our meeting in our second round of public participation, including the whole contingent of folks who had to leave. It was great to see so many faces and so many folks participating, joining with us during the council meeting. We have not always agreed in the past, as we discuss, and we may or may not agree in the future, but it's important that people have the opportunity, whether it's in person, via Zoom, via phone, to express their feelings, to offer suggestions, insights, ideas, and I applaud that, and I thank you very much. And I also want to, I will reserve any of my comments about the train station until we speak to that farther down in the agenda. But I do want to thank Representative Turco and Representative Farrar and Senator Lesser, who are not with, they may be online, I'm not sure, but not with us in person tonight, for your support and your continued support and what you do to work with all of us, not only on the council, Board of Ed, but in our community, to provide resources, to provide information, guidance. It certainly doesn't go unnoticed. And I, for one, am really excited, as always, about the partnership and the collaboration that we have had and will continue to have with our state delegation. So thank you very much. And we'll excuse you anytime you need to go home and have something to eat and change out of your suit.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rada. Councilor Draco.
I just want to say that, you know, we talked about participation, everyone having a voice and come to the table. We need to hear, you know, the pros, the cons, the good ideas, the bad ideas, whatever. And this right as a resident of Newington extends to all citizens, you know, whatever age, including those who held former elected offices. Their opinion and voice I want to hear as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Draco. Any other remarks by councilors?
I just wanted to say, Mayor, not my comments, just, we did have a couple of correspondence, which.
Oh, certainly.
I don't know if the procedures we submit to the town manager, but
Yeah, the one,
we're not going to read anything.
well, the one we just got should go into next meeting because it came out within 24-hour rule.
Gotcha. Okay, so just anyone
That's
who
why it
did,
was, yeah.
yeah, and I'm not getting on any soapbox about it, just anyone who did send in correspondence. be
We did
sure-
get letters.
We'll attach them at the appropriate time to the meeting minutes, so thank you.
I thought it was anything else.
Yeah.
Just 24-hour.
Remarks from other councilors. We will move on to consideration of old business. Item 7A, MOU Board of Education CIP Open Choice Program. Councilor Page, would you like to read the resolution?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council authorizes acting town manager Jamie Trevathan or her successor or designee to execute a memorandum of understanding MOU between the town of Newington and the Board of Education regarding the Open Choice Program, Special Education Reimbursement / Board of Education Capital Improvement Project Fund, a copy of which shall be attached to this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Page, seconded by Councilor Mankey. Any discussion? Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. Is Lou on the line, or maybe Janet can help me out? Usually this money that is received from Project Open Choice is budgeted by the Board of Ed, so the taxpayers fund that part of the budget. Is that correct? Or I don't know if Lou's here or Janet's here. I just.
Janet's here.
And he was looking to be promoted.
I've been trying to wrap my head around this thing, and these MOUs make me nervous.
Lou may or may not be on. The power that blinked before, there was a major accident in the area, and
Oh,
he
no.
just emailed me that he's out of power, so I
Oh.
don't know if he was able to
Great.
join or not. If he's on though, Scott, can you please make him a panelist? Lou?
Is that a section of the expenditures for the open choice program are budgeted within the operating budget of the Board of Ed? Correct.
So those are funded by the taxpayers as part of the butt of it. Okay. And then the money we get for open choice then goes, currently goes back to the general treasury to offset those?
that those expenditures are by ordinance, put into the Board of Ed CIP account.
Okay, up to a certain limit?
Right now, the cap is 1.2 million. So when they get over that, any amount that they have in at the end of the fiscal year will transfer back over to the general fund if it's over 1.2 million.
And I understand the issue is it's a timing issue with the money. We don't necessarily get our big paycheck.
It's at the end of the fiscal
Until the
year.
end of the fiscal year, and it's too late to put it in and too late to use the money for projects.
For them to plan any projects and encumber the money
In
that they
the
receive.
last 3 weeks of the
Correct.
fiscal year.
And they're seeing the amount that they're receiving for this program increase substantially from when we originally put the ordinance in place.
I guess I would say I would support this MOU, this 1 year. I've been on the council a while, and these MOUs, if they just go on and on and on, they get.
We agree.
Yeah. Unwieldy. So I would support this MOU for a 1 year time. I'm not sure, I know that the goal is to change the ordinance eventually over the summer when we have more time to get to it. I'm not sure I'm going to support that, but I'll support this year, this time. So just to let you know that, it's a complicated, for the public's watching, it's a complicated process and it's a complicated issue. I can sort of see all sides of it, but I would support this MOU, this 1 year.
Counselor Bedrejko.
Oh, yeah, Janet, before you go, again, this is, echoing what Counselor Mankey said. It seems, I support it for this, but I'd like to see, in the future, some kind of like actual monies attached and follow the flow, whatever. But but I'm just curious. The issue, or one of the issues, is that we have that cap on the CIP. So why isn't it whatever we get from open choice still goes into the CIP until that cap is hit, and then the excess would just go into the non-lapsing funds? It seems, right now, the way this is written, all of it's gonna go, even if we're below the limit in the CIP?
I didn't see the final version of it. But I believe they're only gonna look to put over what's over the limit. They just want to be able
I
to.
thought it said
I'm
all of it.
not sure on that. It might be all of it, you're saying, but I wasn't under the understanding. I thought they could choose at certain points.
Says it can go, the transfer can total up to the entire amount of the open choice tuitions. I'm just wondering why.
That I
It's
did
just not
not
up to
see
the-
the final version. I'm sorry.
Is this, I'm sorry, is it usually, I'm sorry, but usually MOUs are written in the sense of, in a letter form, aren't they?
It's attached in your packet. It's actually in there twice, once in the memo from Mr.
This is here?
Deckenhoutz, and then once at the end. It hasn't changed since you discussed it at the last meeting. So you'll see.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's why there's two motions. That's,
Yeah,
that confuses me.
You included it in his info, and then I included it in mine.
Sorry.
Counselor Nagle.
Thank you. And Karen, thank you for helping to explain this once again. I know it may seem easy to those that are always dealing with it, but each time I think I know what's going on, and then it becomes somewhat clear to me. And I would like to thank Councilor Bedrejko for pointing out that one thing that always seems to be a question to me. I also want to point out that I would approve of passing this for at least this year, and for what Councilor Mankey had said previously. I think we need to look at it some more, if indeed we need to want to make this a permanent kind of thing. And maybe when we do, make it clear as crystal so that we all understand exactly what it is. Thank you.
Counselor Tiniakis.
Way better question for Lou. But yeah. Do you know the reasoning behind a cap on this in the first place?
I think that originally we weren't expecting it to go that high. We wanted to give them some kind of vehicle where they could do CIP, but not amass this huge fund. It's been in place for an awful long time, as I said. So originally when we put the ordinance in place, it fit the circumstances at that time. We were getting, even when I first got here about 6.5 years ago, we were getting maybe 600,000 in open choice funds. Now we're getting over $1 million. So it's kind of outgrown its original purpose.
And then so at like the rate that it's increasing, what do you think is an appropriate cap moving forward?
I think as we mentioned, I think a permanent ordinance change needs to be made that kind of puts these funds where they are most needed. And if that is against, into the non-lapsing to put against the operational budget, that's something we should all consider.
Thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Question for you. Just to kind of clarify for the public, when Counselor Mankey was talking, he said the taxpayers pay for it, but is that accurate? But we're reimbursed for it, correct? I'm just trying to understand because
is students that we bring in that we bill Hartford for.
Correct.
And Hartford pays us for.
Correct.
But the revenue right now, the way an ordinance was changed, because it was a smaller program back then, you're getting more students, you're getting students that sometimes need some additional help where it's more expensive. Those expenses are still in the operational budget, but the revenue that comes in goes into not the general fund, which would help offset the mill rate and the operational budgets. It goes straight into the Board of Ed CIP account.
I think what I'm wondering, I've heard people asking, is it costing us money or we are reimbursed for what we're doing?
We are reimbursed and it goes directly against the Board of Ed CIP.
Okay. So we are not necessarily losing money by having these children come into our town.
It's just not going against the operations where the expenses are going up for that. Yep.
I gotcha. I just wanted to make that clear for the public so that everybody can understand the facts of how this open choice program works. Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jan. Appreciate it. I had the same question that Counselor Petrayko did. I'm still learning all of this. We all are. So could you just explain again the reason why they would be able to deposit the entire amount rather than?
To be honest, I don't think they could, because of if they put in there, and Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, did they put in there that it would go against the 2%? They already have a balance in there right now. So that kind of prevents them. I was just thinking that would prevent them from actually moving over the 2% unless they were to use the non-lapsing they currently have.
I see. Okay, so then that 2% would become that.
Because they have right now.
But if they don't have a balance.
They do right now. And we're not keeping this for over a year, as we said. So it's a limited, it kind of puts a little bit of a protective measure in there that they can't grow the not lapsing to some huge fund.
That was my concern as well. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Counselor Mankey.
I just follow up on Counselor Gonzalez. It wasn't my intent to say we're losing money. I think what my point I'm trying to drive home and maybe help clarify, because this is a confusing spot for me. It is difficult. In the Board of Ed budget, they put money for the open choice students. We bill the taxpayers that money. When they're reimbursed, the Board of Ed is reimbursed, the money goes into another Board of Ed account, which should, in my simple math, should be going back into my checking account to reimburse the money I already laid out, but it doesn't. It goes into another account that I can use something else. And that was my point. I'm not saying we lose money on the open choice students. I think it's a great program. I just think it's where the money goes at the end, because ultimately the taxpayers fund that program. We get reimbursed, but now the reimbursement is going to do something else that the taxpayers maybe didn't approve or didn't plan. So it kind of overinflates the Board of Ed's budget by the amount of the open choice. And when it's only a couple $100,000, that's not a big deal. But once it goes up to $1 million, or now maybe $1.5 million next year, or $2 million, down the road, now we're talking some serious money. And that's my point.
Counselor Mankey. I would just like to, ask about, probably for you, Jamie, and on the MOU, that draft that we have here, there's a, this is authorized by the town council or until blank. I would like to include that I'd like to propose that we add September 1, if everyone's in agreement with that, as sort of the end date.
Would
Or
it have to
does
be
that
after
work?
that, so you can make the transfers mid-year?
No, that would be fine. That'd be fine. If you want to do September, that's still, we would make the transfers as of it would have to be the end of this fiscal year. So
I could put whatever
Be
date,
a finite.
Yes.
I agree, yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
so we will include that in the MOU when it's authorized.
So I need to just, I agree to amend the motion.
I agree to amend my second, well, I was on the second, but I forget, I'll lose track easy.
Yeah, we amended it. You amended it, you seconded, so you both
Yes.
agree with that. Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you so much, Janet.
As usual. Talk to me like I'm kindergarten, please. Continue. It helps a lot.
All right, moving right along to item 7B, grant DEEP Class 2 electric vehicle charging station. We were doing a presentation on that last time. I would have Councilor Gonzalez please read the. There you go.
Okay, I got the right one. Okay. Resolved that Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager or her successor designee, is authorized to execute and deliver in the name of and on behalf of this municipality in application and contract acceptance with the state of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for the acquisition and installation of electric vehicle charging stations at the town hall for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Gonzalez, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussions? Councilor May.
Just a quick thing, I hate to belabor it. As I was going through this and reading about electric vehicles, maybe Lauren, you could answer the question. Our insurance would cover this, correct? If something happened? So if we overcharge, if somehow the machine breaks, we overcharge a vehicle, we're covered, okay, thank you. Good thing.
Discussion. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yeah, just, with the increase in, electric or hybrid vehicles, and not always having, access to the charging stations, I think I'm certainly in favor of adding to the number that we have in the community. And hopefully we may see a few more come down the pipe, but, I think this is good. It'd be good for our town. It's good for the environment. I approve it certainly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Mackey.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, I just one quick thing. Will this be able to be scalable? So if we build it and they come, can we then, a couple years from now, build 2 more stations because of the work we've done now? You probably not the one to ask it. I mean, it's like an extra circuit to your family room. You just pop it on. It's just things something, if we could scale it. So even if we pay for it now and get 2 stations in, but that, 4 years from now, we want 4 more stations and 6 more stations, we have a spot to sort of scale it. It would be nice if that's.
I can ask the town engineer for that, but I don't see why not. Right.
We should look at that as Councilor Rada spoke. I think that, we should build it to make it bigger as time goes on.
We'll get a station just for you to put your name on it.
I could plug my pacemaker in.
That'll be good.
Councilor Nagel.
A minor thing, but I think an important thing. Does the application contract for accepting these have any stipulations that the state has any control over where they are placed? I realize in a previous discussion it was stated where they would be placed, but I want to know if there's any caveat there as to, in order to have them come forth with it, if they have control as to the placement of where these stations are located.
Not that I'm aware of. However, the application process included our preferred location and that application was approved. So therefore the location was also approved. So I don't believe there'll be any additional input from the state about where to place the charging stations, as they were specifically applied for in this location.
Okay, so there is no further discussion or wiggle room as to where they would be placed or whatever.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion? We have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item 7C, plan for implementing early voting. We have one of our registrars here tonight. Let's see. Councilor Floyd, would you please read the resolution? Certainly.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby approves the Registrar of Voters plan for implementing early voting as required under Public Act 23-5. Copy of the plan shall be attached to this resolution.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion?
Do we need a presentation or?
No, they did that
We did
already.
this last time.
Yeah,
I would just,
but I didn't.
I would just suggest we have them back again after early voting to see how it works.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Because I think we're all like kind of saying, no, that's gonna work. But after, if they came back afterwards and told us how it worked, we could then, they could tweak it and come back to us with a different plan. But I think it's a good plan at this point.
Good idea. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yeah, I just want to thank the registrars who are here and those who are not for the diligence and the work that you did to make this very understandable, very thoughtful, and see how it goes, and we'll hear from you after November. Oh, that's right, because we've been trying it out at, you're right.
Any other discussion? None. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
We have a comment from our registrar.
Oh,
partner.
no,
I'm
yep,
sorry.
absolutely, sorry.
Thank you. Just one thing, I just want it in the record that on Tuesday, March 26th, and Wednesday, March 27th, that the town council and CPC meetings will be held in another location. So we can have further voting here because the state law is moving.
Certainly, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously. It's moving on to Town Manager Search Committee, item 7B. Councilor Tiniakis, would you read the resolution, please?
The Newington Town Council hereby establishes a council town manager search subcommittee composed of 3 members to provide oversight in the search for a new town manager. The committee shall work to propose a selection process and appointment of a new town manager for approval by the town council. Be it further resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Then I don't know who they have.
It will be you on your side.
On a closed vote by my caucus, it's me.
Okay, thank you.
I lost.
Thank you. All right, so it'll be Tim Mankey.
65 Rosewood Drive.
And then Kim Rada,
128 Cambria Avenue.
and then Mitch Page.
46 Olive Street.
And then John Pfister, Mayor ex officio, 61 Woodland Street.
Just point of order on that, my address is 81 Woodland Street.
It's easier to move than it is to change the record.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Mr. Councilor Mankey.
Just a quick, the motion is okay with me, I guess. I just want to clear up, the purpose is to propose a selection process and appointment. The committee is not to make the appointment. The committee is just to figure out how we're going to select the group of candidates to bring to the council. I don't want anybody can get the idea that this committee is going to make the appointment. We're not. We're just going to get. a system to get people to apply and then the natural process will work its well through, but the committee is not making the appointment. I think it's okay to say, well, it's written, but I just want to make it clear that the three people. We're not appointing
We're
anybody.
engaged in the process. but
We don't have that much power.
Not the approval.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Menke. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Moving right along. Next, we have resignations and appointments. 8A. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Councilor Menke, would you read the resolution?
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Nicole Payne as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals in accordance with correspondence received on February 7th, 2024, and effective immediately.
Motion by Councilor Menke, seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Page, would you read the resolution for item 8B?
Yes, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Laurel Goodgian as a member of the Library Renovation / Addition Public Building Committee in accordance with correspondence received February 21, 2024, and effective immediately.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Page, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to item 8C, appointments. Well, it's 8C on the agenda.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, there's a typo on the resolution. It's item 8C. Councilor Menke, would you read the resolution?
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Town Planning and Zoning Commission, Michael Fox, member, 1901 Main Street, Party R, term 2/27/2024 to 11/30/2025, replaces Dominic Payne.
A second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion?
Just a point of I guess, when it says Party R, it means it's our appointment, but not necessarily he's a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, which is appointing.
I actually do have a discussion point on this. This will be the only time I want to bring this up in this room and the last time. About a year ago, I was put up for appointment for a vacated seat on this town council. And I was voted down. My party put me up for a minority seat and the opposing party opted to put somebody else in my place. There's been a history in this community of, in politics in general, of a lot of back and forth and a lot of pettiness sometimes. And it's this kind of pettiness that I feel is what's breaking Washington. And I'm not in favor of seeing that kind of pettiness break Newington. I want to make it clear that we have an opportunity to be different and to do better. I'm not going to oppose this nomination. I'm going to be in favor of it. I'm going to vote for it. But I wanted to make clear that I understand that there are folks that may feel differently, but we have an opportunity as a council to do better, and we were elected to do better, and we intend to do better. And with that, I just wanted to make sure I got that out there. So that's all I have to say. Councilor Gonzalez?
I think you said a lot of what I was thinking. We ran on, doing better and that's what we want to do. I will support this, nomination, and I hope that Mr. Fox will do his job with integrity and with the best interests of the town of Newington. It's not our job to say no to somebody that the other party nominates.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so moving along to tax refunds. Counselor Bedrejko, would you mind reading the resolution?
Resolved, that property tax refunds in the amount of $341.39 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the requests for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Plord. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Minutes from the prior meeting. Anybody have any issues with the minutes from prior meeting?
No, I do not.
Our minute reader approves the minutes.
Very good, very good, very good.
We're going to have a stamp created,
Right.
Counselor Nagel,
that's
just
it.
for you.
With
so
Dave's
that it will be official.
Very good, very good. We don't have to vote on this, right?
Yes.
Oh, we do, okay. So I'll entertain a motion. to
So moved.
approve. A second?
Second.
Second, motion by Counselor Mankey, seconded by Counselor Plore. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carried unanimously. Item 11A, Permanent Municipal Building Commission. At the prior meeting, we had a lot of discussion. We've had some discussion about this over the last couple of weeks. And I think it is clear that there is some sense of feeling that we would like to see some possible changes to the way the Permanent Building Commission is done. So I'd like to, open up the discussion on that topic. Councilor Plord.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak to a couple things. First, let me just grab my notes here, give me just a moment. I believe that that there is some real good in having a commission like this. I think having folks that have a strong background in the trades, that have a strong background in construction, in architecture is really, really important in any given project, not just for the expertise that they bring, but also to ensure that projects stay on track, that they stay within budget, that they're financially sustainable. I think for those reasons and more, it's really important that they're a part of the discussion and a big part at that. At the same time, I also think that having representatives from stakeholder groups, relevant stakeholder groups on any given project, not just be at the table, but also have the opportunity to vote on any given decision of substance is very important. Whether that's representatives of our school system or representatives of, a project at a park or whatever it might be. I think it's very relevant that they be that their concerns and their perspective be internalized into the decision-making structure. And on top of that, I think the current ordinance, going through it lays out pretty exhaustively a process by which projects would be, approved and how they would move forward and, when a plan would come from the commission to the council and so on. But I didn't notice any point in here at which there's a discussion or at which there's a public hearing. And so I think specifying that, given that there is so much specificity in this ordinance, is important from a process-oriented point of view to make sure that the public can weigh in on the decisions being made, even after they've sent something to from referendum to the Public Building Commission. I think is very relevant. So I have a couple other amendments I'm interested in as well, but I imagine others will speak to them. So that's just my 2 cents and eager for continual discussion and a possible ordinance change.
Thank you, Councilor Plord. Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I too agree, and I probably said this last time, I'll say it again. I think the essence of much of what has been done, the work on this, I agree with, and I think it works towards greater fiscal responsibility and not having unnecessarily inflated projects because of, as others at the table have said, the loudest voice or somebody who happens to just be better at public speaking or communication so that therefore they get a bigger slice of the pie. I agree with that. And I think we should retain that value and operationalize that. I also agree that, as has been referenced, that we need the expertise. And I know there's been some loose discussion here and there. Is it even appropriate to consider I'm not proposing this, but looking at some of the high level of expertise on a commission like this and reimbursing people for their time or their knowledge. That may be inappropriate. It may set a dangerous precedent, but I think, you know, it's so tough to find folks who are already probably so busy as professionals with great expertise to give their time, probably hours and hours and hours, more than I understand, for taking on projects like this. But nonetheless, that's a sidebar. I think we should continue to retain those elements while doing what Councilor Pleward and others have referenced, which is to enlarge in the voice of those who are involved. So I appreciate the work that's been done, and I don't think we should scrap this whole thing. We should just modify it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Page. Councilor Gonzalez.
I guess it's kind of redundant. I won't revisit everything that everyone has said, but I definitely think the core of this is good. We need somebody who is a professional and knows the certain, you know, aspects of the building. And I also think that it's important for other people to have a voice at the table. Whether it's building a school, you may need to have, you know, a teacher, a principal, whoever, you know, at the table to give their advice and to have other people as well. So I think this is something that we can enhance, not get rid of. I think it's good. So.
Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Again, not taking up too much time, echoing what everyone else so far has said. I think that there was a lot of time and effort and good work that went into creating the document that we have at the moment, but it never hurts to revisit it and possibly revise. I have always, during the last term, said that I was in favor of specific stakeholders, for example, and I'll go back to giving an example of a school or the library, that stakeholders, yes, have the capacity and through this ordinance at the moment will be asked to sit at the table to provide their expertise, their knowledge, their concerns. But at this point, it's there's voice but no vote. And what I would like to see, among other things, is stakeholder vote, as so it's a more formalized voice at that table.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rada. Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, we could, as one of the workers that put this together, I think we did look at a lot of other towns that have the similar process. I think our goal was, and the goal of the council at that time was to take sort of the politics out of the process. So instead of having the political bosses in town appoint people on the committee, and those people may or may not have any expertise, they would then charge ahead and build a building or a town hall or a school or a firehouse and have not necessarily, you know, they'll post the plan that goes this way, or does it go this way? You know, and they would be able to read the plan. So I think that, you know, certainly looking at anything we do with this fresh set of eyes and with a fresh process, I think it's a good idea. Just to Councilor Pleward, I mentioned about public hearing, I think the process is really set up so that no matter what building configuration of it can be used, it goes to a referendum, and that's when the public hearing happens. There's a series of public hearings before it gets to the referendum stage. Once the referendum's passed, then it goes to the committee, whatever committee we're going to settle on here, but it goes to the committee then to do the dirty work. It's really not set up for a number of public hearings, because then you're going to get, once you're into the process, it's hard then to say, well, no, I want to paint it, you know, maybe paint's not good, but I want to build an addition on here and there, and we're already down that process. We already hired contractors based on this plan. And also the voters have already approved the referendum based on this and this budget amount. So even if there were a public hearing and people said they decided to change it, we'd have to then halt the project, go back to a referendum and go that whole process over again. There is though plenty of time for public to sign in. Rose is gone, I think. but I know she sat in every building committee for the town hall, and she was able to give her input, and that's where the input comes. once we've passed it off to, once we've done a referendum, even the council has no input. I don't get to say whether we're gonna build it bigger or smaller or higher or leveled out. That's up to the building committee, and that's purposely so they kind of have that scope, and that's all they do. Otherwise, it's like, you know, trying to build a tree fort by committee. We're gonna get all kinds of stuff, and it's not gonna work out well. So I would be in favor of, you know, looking at it, at how we do it and what we do, and you know, if there's some changes that make this a better ordinance or a better system. I just think it's important we get people on that committee that aren't me. People who know how to build something, not just build, you know, a bench in the backyard, but build something that's substantial. Because I think otherwise a lot of mistakes get made. And then we're at the mercy of an engineer or an architect or a contractor who may think it's a good idea, but doesn't fit our needs.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Sorry, I'm pulling up my copy because that's where I underlined everything. Yeah, definitely think a rework is needed. There's just a few points in the ordinance that I just particularly don't like how loose the language is. Number 3, any vacancy in the commission shall be filled by, the relevant appointing authority. Who is that?
It's set up now that there are 5 people. 3 are recommended by the town manager. 1 is recommended by your party and 1 is recommended by my party. So if the vacancy were in a person who was recommended by the town manager, it'd be up to them to find a replacement and approved by the council. If it was a person that was appointed by the Republicans and they weren't able to serve, we would find a replacement. So it's limited to 2 from each party, and then 3 from that are neutral people that are just there for their expertise.
Any vacancy has to be approved by the council?
Any appointment to any committee would have to be approved by the council. Yeah.
It's just not mapped out like that in here.
Well, it's just understood, I think, at any point, we make any appointment, like we make an appointment to.
I'm a stickler for the rules here and all that. And then, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. Next one here, just for the reimbursement aspect, and this is just more of a personal question. In what way can someone sitting on this board have to spend money on anything? Yeah.
I don't mean to.
If you know the answer,
set up,
yeah.
so let's say we were gonna build a town hall and this same contractor built a town hall in Shrewsbury, Mass. And we want to see what it looked like. So we want to send our building committee up to Shrewsbury, Mass to look at their town hall, and we would reimburse for mileage or if they stayed overnight. So that's the only reimbursement, just for expenses based on the process. They don't get reimbursed for their time. We don't pay an engineer for an engineer's salary. We just get reimbursed.
I'd like to see just more of a specific guardrail on that then, you know, as far as like what they could submit and things like that for reimbursement.
Building in Vegas.
In Vegas, yeah, I think the town manager search committee should have our first meeting in Vegas because that's the hot spot of town manager.
You all set?
Yeah, that's all I have, yeah.
Again, I don't want to be a dead horse, but you know, again, the intent was we needed a level of professionalism on these committees that's unencumbered by, quite frankly, political affiliation or department affiliation. Because people are subject to pressures, let's face it. And there would also be, by having a group that kind of follows from project to project to project, there'll be institutional memory built up. Well, but also these individuals will be really responsible as part of their study, as part of their membership, to have an idea, not just about the needs of that particular, let's say if we want to build a ice skating rink or something, they're going to be the ones that are going to know what the needs of the other facilities are in town. Whereas in the past, project building committees, quite frankly, were stacked with the department that's requesting that particular facility. So yeah, everybody, I mean, you know, you can even, there's examples that, you know, we might be sitting in right now where the smaller voices of the departments maybe didn't get with some of the allocations they needed, where membership was stacked to the point where maybe the project can veer to a certain degree. But anyways, so this three or council of, I don't know, judges or whatever, would really not be ignorant of other facility needs in towns. Whereas in the past, it was quite clearly an agenda. So I'm glad that no one's talking about going back to the old way, because the old way really did not work. But maybe using, because I know the members of the committee did look at other towns. I mean, there's several other towns in the immediate area that use a similar concept. The only thing, I think everybody actually in retrospect now is making good points, but you know, I'm glad that you're not throwing it out altogether without even giving it a try. Because that, I think the initial discussion was like, no, this doesn't work, let's go back to the old way. So I'm glad that people now are realizing that is some good in here. And there was some good in the old way. And we tried to make it better. So maybe now looking at it with new eyes, we can even make this better. But you really need to keep a level of objectivity and overall town needs when talking about big ticket items.
Councilor Nagel.
It's nice going here last, maybe this will go on further, because everybody says something that you wanted to add, and I applaud those who are bringing up different things. I'm happy to see that we're not just throwing this permanent building commission out and starting over from scratch for a variety of reasons that we don't need to discuss right now. As has been mentioned here many times, it gives a cohesion, it takes the political elements out of buildings. It concentrates on giving those who have expertise the ability to state and use their expertise without any hidden agenda. As Councilor Bedrejko was mentioned a moment ago, this building, there are things, as good as this building is, there are things that we know and people know should have been done or should have been done differently, and perhaps there's always perhaps those things, be they minor or major oversights, might not have come to pass if indeed it was in a more, I'll say condensed form, but more expertise form without political capital P, political small p inputs or desires or wishes. So I'm happy to see that's happened. I too, if you want to tweak it in some way, I'm open to that. In terms of departments or other venues within the town having a say and a member on that board, I'd be open that to some extent. I do want to point out to you that there are some unusual situations between different departments and commissions. Most obvious, the library, where because of the situation, and I won't go through this again, that they deserve to have more of a say because it's not totally a public property. And we've gone through, previous councils gone through the process of making certain they had more of an input because of this situation. So we need to be aware of that, but by the same token, to have every a party in terms of a building to have the same amount of input would be unfair to them. There are other situations where I can see that might be the case or may not be the case. So we need to have an open mind, but I am open once again to seeing, if you wish to have a look at it. The only downside is that the more you toy with this, lack of a better word, the further off it comes for this committee to meet and to have an official chair and to move along. And there are a few organizations, departments, whatever in town that are almost ready and willing to go and would like to see this committee come forth so that they can hopefully have a referendum on what they present if the committee approves of it this fall. That's the only downside, but that's totally up to you in terms of whether it comes to pass. The deadlines are coming up soon for going through the state process of mandating public hearings and so on to come to something that may have to come to a referendum. I'll leave it at that. More in the future.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you, Councilor Menke, for the clarification. I appreciate that. I'm still learning this process, as we all are. So thank you. That being said, though, perhaps there's a way that we could include in this language. As of right now, it says that there are joint meetings between the council, the commission, and the proposing body on an as-needed basis. Maybe we could build in those, certainly not dates and intervals and so on, but at this point in the process, there shall be this meeting of that kind, that can serve as an informational forum to provide the public with updates rather than just, the rank and file typical public commission meeting. You're welcome to. It's a discussion.
Sorry. In any building committee, there is time. I know when we built this building, there were a number of times when the building committee came back, and I know Mr. Woods has come back a number of times with Anna Reynolds and given us an update, I think 5 or 6 times in my recent memory. So there is time when they come back, but it's really not for us to say, yeah, we want to change this, because once the referendum is set, you only have this much money to spend. And it is, and I have a hard time getting the hang of this, because the referendum says we're going to build this. And maybe later on I say, well, I want this, but I also want this. But the referendum said this is what we.
So my suggestion isn't to create, and this is an open discussion, so obviously we'll continue to have the discussion, but my suggestion wouldn't be to permit changes to the project in those informational hearings or whatever you call them, meetings. It'd just be a way for us to all get an update on the project, and we can promote them as these are your informational hearings. Come to the other meetings as you'd like.
We do those now as things happen.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes not.
It strikes me that there is a very exhaustive process here. And so maybe it can be a little more exhaustive if we'd like to make that a little more explicit. And then with regards to the other comments, I just want to say pretty explicitly that, it has been said that we really do appreciate the work that was done and put into this ordinance, because there are some really strong pieces here. And it's clear that it was done carefully and constructively and in good faith. And I just want to affirm that and say that explicitly. That being said, with regards to adding, potential representation, and we can continue to have the discussion. Right now, there's 3 folks that the town manager recommends, subject to the council's approval, of folks that are qualified in the trades. The party nominees, one from each, have the same instruction to be qualified as is possible. And then beyond that, I would suggest perhaps we look at 2 additional seats to make it a total of 7. And those 2 additional seats would be from the proposing body. So whether that's the department or it's from the, the community organization or whatever it might be. And perhaps even those, well, not perhaps, they should be from either party in my perspective. So, things could still be even keeled. We could externalize the politics and the department nonsense and so on. And then we could, have projects move forward in a constructive way nonetheless. So that's my suggestion, and we'll, continue to have discussion. I'm sure many others have suggestions as well.
I appreciate your recognizing that this was an exhaustive process, and we did look at a lot of different towns. I think we're open to making changes. I think that we could debate this all here, but I think the moving forward, we should form a committee like we did the first time and have the committee look at those changes and bring it back to the council. And I can tell you that when I served on the committee that helped write it, I think James wrote it. I didn't do the writing because everything's spelled right. That's why I didn't do it. But I think when we did it, it came back to council a number of times. We tweaked this and tweaked that and moved this and spelled out this. So I think the goal here is just to move forward with and form a committee to look at the ordinance, change it, not change it, scrap it, and do something different. We should look at it. Right? It's there's nothing you can't look at.
So thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one quick comment. It's really just a pet peeve technical question, which I think I probably asked before when we debated this a year or 2 ago, and I don't know that I remember the answer. And I don't know for folks who have done this before, if you can answer it, which is there's a term in other towns or a title, a role of someone called the clerk of the works. And that's kind of an antiquated term possibly, but I've seen it listed in other town charters or ordinances and so forth as someone who, once the decision is made about the project, my understanding is that person then serves the role as the watchdog, if you will, from soup to nuts to make sure that all systems and the process of constructing said building, electrical and HVAC, et cetera, plumbing, are done according to our needs, the client, I assume, and that it's done effectively, efficiently to code and to standard and so forth. Is that correct? And does that inform the decisions we make about the technical expertise that we would then have put on that committee, or am I off base?
I can speak by memory of building this town hall. The clerk of the works, or it's also called a owner's representative.
Right.
In the past, building this town hall, we hired someone to do that. So we had a construction firm we had the architect who designed it, who had his idea. And we had the construction guys who had their idea, and then all the different pieces of that, the electricians, the plumbers, the painters, the whatever. And then I think we're going to call it a clerk of works. We decided to hire it as a owner rep, I guess was called an owner rep. So they then made sure that if they said they were putting, a faucet over there, the faucet was actually over there. Because, I just recently remodeled my bathroom and I have no clue how to do all this stuff. But they made sure that what I paid for is what I got. And but we hired someone to do that because it's a full-time job. You got to be here not all the time, but you got to be here often. And there's also some, legal issues because, if they don't put this here, then we're gonna have to take legal action. As you said, you were gonna paint this with this kind of paint, but you didn't. So there are clerk of the works, but I don't think it should be. It's a appointed position because it's a full-time job and we have to pay for someone to do it.
Right. I just didn't know, to the extent that we do engage those folks, and apparently we do, then they, I assume, report back to
The building committee. They report back to the building committee, yeah.
As to progress or problems or troubleshooting or what have you.
And they'll say, you said you were gonna this kind of wiring in the walls, but it wasn't this kind of wiring because I checked with my wire gauge and it wasn't. So
right. They just make sure it's okay.
And that's
I can speak to that, sitting on the Anna Reynolds Building Committee, that we do have owner's rep, and she provides an update and interjects multiple times throughout our meetings that we have.
and the cool thing is they're independent of the architect and the builder. So there are eyes, not the builder's eyes.
And that was my only point, and then I'll stop. I know we've got other business, but to the extent that we have some folks involved who, whether they're political or not, or they're stakeholders or not, or so forth, is that like someone like me who can barely drive a nail straight, I would feel great knowing that if I'm on that committee doing my good faith best, that I would then have someone who does know what they're doing, and she could report to me and say, no, Mitch, this is not right. We've identified it. We're solving the problem. We're working with all the other people who know what they're doing, and it's going to be fixed. I'm just making that point. That's all. That's comforting to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Page. This has been a great discussion. I appreciate everyone's input. I think you have a really good idea there, Counselor Mank. I think it's probably a good idea to form a subcommittee to look at this and really, so we can really get into something that we kind of all agree upon and that works best for the town. So I think that would be something that we could look at moving forward. So I appreciate everyone's discussion tonight. Any other comments or? Very good. Moving along to discussion point B, discussion John Wallace Middle School Building Committee. I think on the back of the discussion we just had, I think it's clear that we aren't in a place at this point where we're all in agreement and comfortable with the present makeup and the way the permanent building committee is set. If we had more time, I think we would work on it, but there is a significant time crunch that is needed in order to get the John Wallace school project going. So I think we take a look at the success of the Anna Reynolds project as sort of a benchmark, and the scope of the John Wallace project being considerably smaller than the Anna Reynolds project, and the safety issues and the concerns there. I think we have an obligation to expedite that. And from what I understand, we have a legal opinion that allows us to work around the permanent building committee ordinance that would allow us to create a John Wallace building committee. And I think that would probably be the best way to go, but I'd like to open it up for discussion. Councilor Menke.
I'm certainly open for discussion, but it says we have a legal opinion. Is it a written legal opinion?
Yes, it is, from what I understand. I'll get it to everyone.
I would appreciate it if I would have had it. I could have read it ahead of time because I went to then I would be able to know I speak. So I can't speak yes or no to this. So I have the legal opinion in my little hands to read it. So I guess at this point I'm kind of in the dark whether we can do this or not, but I would like the opinion.
Yeah, we'll get that right to you right away. Councilor Gonzalez.
I think that in light of all of us kind of agreeing that we are willing to go back and take a look and maybe make some changes to the permanent building committee. I do think that we need to get something going so that John Wallace can move forward. So I am in favor of doing that.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, man. I was later in line. I just adding to that, and certainly, that we should all review that legal opinion so that we're, fully cognizant of that language. But that notwithstanding, I think we all agree that it sounds like we're going to do work to amend the Public Building Commission ordinance so that long term we can, rely on that strong commission with, stakeholders and all the other wonderful things to take on the burden of projects and do them very well. But in the interim, obviously this project now after referendum has sat for how many months now? Several months, just, because it takes some time to get these things going. So I think it's in the best interest of the town to definitely move as quickly as we can on this, and look forward to having more discussions about how we can do that within our charter and so on.
Thank you, Councilor Floyd. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Echoing what Councilor Plord has said, it did go to referendum, it passed. We know that there were specific time points and requirements that needed to be met as we moved through the process of funding. And we do want to move this as soon as possible. So I appreciate you sending out the legal opinion. We can review it and then hopefully move this forward as soon as possible. It's the safety and security of our staff, faculty, and students.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rada. Councilor Menke.
Yeah, again, I just want to make it clear, I'm not proposing we slow this process up any. I was one of the proponents to move it forward and work consecutively, not work 1 year and then wait another year, another year, and another year. I was proponent to get it done 1, 2, 3, even though it was more costly and more disruptive, unfortunately, for the students. I just can't speak to a legal opinion I haven't seen. And if I had it, I would have looked at it and I would become prepared to say, yes, you can get, get 100 lawyers. They're going to tell you 100 different things, or probably 130 different things. I wouldn't want to see the opinion. So it's unfortunate I didn't have the opinion. If I had it, I could have looked at it and we could have maybe moved forward. But I'm certainly willing to leave this on the agenda for our next meeting. And when we have an opinion, I can have some time to read it over.
Certainly. Very good. Any other discussion on this topic? All right, moving along to item 11C, discussion rail station. I'll open up discussion. From what I understand, there was at one point in time, there was a plan, and I've seen some designs floating around online from several years back, I believe 2017, that the council voted on and approved, but never sort of followed through on. I'm not entirely familiar with the entire story. It was long before all of the majorities of the council's time here. From what I understand, the DOT moved on from that and scrapped those plans. So we would be looking at restarting that and starting from scratch and seeing what options we have. And with that, I'll open up the discussion. Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I think everybody at this table leads with their values. And I try to lead with my values. And one of the values that I have is that of mass transit. And I'm not going to go on and on about the benefits of mass transit. Hopefully to most of us, all of us, the benefits are obvious. We have a climate crisis. We have challenges with congested roads. And pollution, noise pollution, and air pollution. We have cars, I think we've all agreed, I know Councilor Draco and others, we've agreed repeatedly that our pedestrian safety, our cycling safety, our quality of life has been continuously negatively impacted by cars running through town. Some of them are ourselves running through town because we have to go from point A to point B. And I know you were all gracious enough to hear me and Councilor Rada out on several times over the last couple of years, arguing in favor of making some decisions about a train station. And so we're back again. And I want to have this discussion. I want to sincerely hear from people who are invested in making this happen and those who are opposed to making this happen so we can have a lively, informed debate. My opinion is that there are very, very real concerns about congestion on Cedar Street. I drive it every day when I go to one of my jobs over at Central. And I wait sometimes for what seems to me too long, and sitting there and polluting and messing up the quality of life for those folks on Cedar Street and all the egress of the roads in and out. So I'm aware of that. I think we need to take that seriously and respect those concerns and not just give it lip service. There was a recent money allocation from the feds, Senator Blumenthal, and some of us were present with the senator to gladly take a check, I think, for $80,000 as a corridor study, if that's what it's called, along Cedar Street, to look at what can be done with our state and federal partners, well, probably state partners, I guess, but we'll take the federal money to improve the situation on Cedar Street. And hopefully that isn't just some money that we do a study and put it on the shelf and it collects dust like some studies do, but we actually do something about it simultaneous to our concerted efforts to lead with our values and to work to increase options of mass transit for Newington residents. And yes, for those in the region. I don't represent people outside of Newington. I was elected in Newington. My obligation is to Newington first. I get that. We also, though, benefit from people coming into town on our state and federal subsidized roads, state and municipal, of which we spend billions of dollars in this country. And if we did the math on dividing the population with the billions we spend on our roads, I don't know what those numbers would be, but they would be very high. And we generally don't talk about that. And I, for one, love my car. I love the freedom. I love what it represents. And we have a romance with our cars since we had cars in America. And I love it. But I also think we need to continue to lean into loving other options as we see our glaciers melt and our skies darken and asthma rates increase and all of the other issues we know. Also, if you look at the 2019 CROG study, and there may be an update since then, I'm no expert in this, but with urban planning and with economic development relative to mass transit corridors and transit-oriented development, there are potentially millions of dollars of investments that can happen in this town and the surrounding region, as well as in New England, the billions potentially. And we have an obligation because we benefit from people coming from Weathersfield and Rocky Hill and New Britain and Hartford and so forth in spending their dollars here and coming to our businesses and as we do in their towns. So even though my representation is to Newington first and foremost, I also feel some moral obligation to work with our contiguous towns, our state partners and federal partners to do what we can to mitigate pollution and to stimulate growth in a responsible way and to not just throw businesses out. I would hope to God, and I have faith, and that moving forward, this town and our state partners would work with any business that might be affected. We have families who have worked for generations to build businesses here. I'm not missing that point. And it would break my heart to think that any action on this, on our behalf for mass transit would impact negatively any of those good folks who work so hard to feed their families and contribute to our economy. So that I'll get off my soapbox. That's my opening remarks. And I appreciate a forum to continue this conversation and send a signal to our state DOT and to our federal authorities who run Amtrak and so forth, that we would like to be open for business and do it thoughtfully and respectfully. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Page. Councilor Floyd. Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't have said any of this better, but I will try. So I would just add, echoing the points that Councillor Page said, I think we all recognize that there's a real economic development benefit. There's a real benefit in terms of our residents and their quality of life. And a big part of that benefit also is response to the climate crisis. That is something that is impacting us here in Newington every single day. And we may not see big tornadoes and big hurricanes and, big storms, but we do see it in small ways, and perhaps we may see it in big ways at some point as well. And so we have a real moral obligation, I think, to lean into any opportunity we have to improve the quality of life, not just in the short term, but as you said, Councillor Page, in the long term, responding to this crisis and putting people's quality of life first. That being said, I think you bring up, and so many residents bring up, a very, very, very important point about traffic and about congestion. It is not a moot point. It is not a point that should be dismissed out of hand. It is very, very important because we want to make sure that those residents that enter town, this is one reason to do it. We want to make sure those residents that enter our town for the first time, their first introduction to our town is, holy cow, I can't get 5 feet into the center of town because there's still traffic. And not to mention the issues that it creates when it comes to asthma rates, when it comes to idling, and pedestrian safety. So I think that's very, very important, and we ought to work very closely with our state partners and also with this great federal money we've received, which I do think also includes some funds for beginning implementation after that study begins. I have to look back at the application, but I believe that's right. So we should definitely tend to that issue and tend to it well. And as far as the concerns that some have raised around eminent domain, I think catering to the quality of life of our residents also means standing up against any and every opportunity or threat to remove a local business, a loyal business, a longstanding business, and longstanding residents from this community. They are a part of our community, and their quality of life is very important as well. So I would certainly be highly opposed to that and would think it highly inappropriate. Just to close, I think I would say, a lot of folks bring up some points around the use of the current bus station, the fast track system, and CT Transit. And I agree with, what was said prior by some folks, that it's, somewhat apples and oranges, but to the extent that you can compare, the folks that utilize that system now and the folks that utilize the bus system are multifold. I mean, there are many of us who may use it, traveling to Berlin to go down to Union Station so we can get to New York, or traveling to Berlin to go up to Springfield to get to Boston. It's many of our most vulnerable residents who may not have easy access to their own form of readily available transportation. It's access for our residents with disabilities, a lot of our seniors as well, who may not have family members that can take them from place to place and aren't able to operate a motor vehicle. And it's a lot of our young people too, who want to be connected to the wider world, and who have ambitious goals to create and connect and do incredible things. And I think a rail station can only contribute to that growth. And I'm really supportive of this discussion and look forward to continuing to tend to those concerns every step of the way.
Councilor Floyd, Councilor Tiniakis.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what's been said so far. As someone who, I spend most of my day talking to people who just lost their car in a bad accident, it's not always common that someone is in a position to afford a new car after that. So, they're forced to be put in a pretty tough spot. And it happens far too often. I'm way too busy at work with that. So I am definitely in favor of public transport. I think at the national level, we need it across the country. But if we're able to bring it here to town, then I haven't heard, and I can't think of a good reason to not do it. And then to what Matt had spoken about comments about who uses the train system, anyone who has any ideas about any sort of notion about who uses public transportation is probably speaking from a position of fear. And I don't think this body would take any kind of vote out of fear. So that's what I have there.
Counselor Nagel.
I would like to take a more practical approach to this. Granted, I understand what others have said, and to a great degree, I agree and understand. But in all practical reasons in town, this came up as a matter of the state saying, where do you want your location? And then there being generally three elements within town, within the population, saying one spot, another spot, or we don't want it at all. I don't remember the previous council nor this council saying that they were against not having a platform, which is what it is. It's elaborate in town, and that is being misinterpreted around that the former council was against it, and that's not the case. Locations, be it in the north end of town or be it on Cedar Street, does have extraneous problems in terms of what has been mentioned, in terms of traffic, in terms of being able to walk to the stations, in terms of what is economically going to help Newington, what is not going to economically help, because in either location, you're going to have businesses not having a place to be. Where are they going to go? That's revenue that's missing. Also, the state has said, and this is just me from memory, that they supported one location. Then somehow a map came up saying it was at the other Cedar Street location they wanted. It is something that is more intricate than just, do you want a station or platform or not want a platform, and that it is going to affect this town in one way or another. Yes, it's nice to be concerned and happy about pleasing other forces outside of Newington, but our first duty is for the residents of the town, and that will help make our decisions. So it isn't just having a station, it's where it's going to be and what the ramifications are going to be. And some are not as prevalent as one might think. In the past, there's no mystery about it, and have sided more with having in the north end of town, because there is an emergence of the rail system, fast track, located. It was the center of town historically at one time, and it is more of a walkable area. Some may contradict that than the other. But what it ultimately comes down to is, where does the state want to put it? Because it's their money, it's federal money, they want our input, but essentially they will put it where they want to put it. And the last I heard is that they don't even have the money for it, and that the governor was trying to put those things off. In the last council, one of the questions we had, well, we're making a decision now, and when I was on CROG, I'm no longer on CROG. I mean, it's passed on. I'm sure Councillor Plord will give us an update when information comes. They're kind of the conduit. It was going to be 5 to 8 to 10 years before a platform would be even considered to be built in Newington. What is Newington going to look like then? Is there a choice? Is there not a choice? If it's something more immediate, that, oh yeah, the federal government has money right now, the state has, and we're going to do it right now, and here it is. And if they gave us a choice, okay. But they haven't even gotten to that point of decision of, do we have the money? Is it going to happen? And obviously they're eventually, as they have with other locations, going to say, oh, here's this platform. Okay, town of so-and-so, now you're going to police it. You're going to take care of it. You're going to make certain that it's safe. And that puts a burden in other ways upon our town. that one has to think of. So it's a vastly more complicated problem than some of us and many of us would think. Some of us have gone and listened to these things before. Some of you are new to hearing this. And I realize it's a new experience and we have to go through things that perhaps I've heard many different times. And am I open for, you know, what might possibly be a change or somewhere else? If I'm given additional information from what I have, I'm open-minded about it. So there's my opinion, and there's input that all of us need to consider, and that it isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow. That's something has happened that our state representatives know that hasn't been conveyed to us, or the last they heard conveyed to CROG, who's kind of the intermediary towards following up with what the state wishes to do in this kind of area. Okay. You can wake up now.
I have to admit that I've been up and down on this issue. I've been over around. I remember as a kid playing with my train set and thought I could be a station master and that'd be cool. When this originally came up with Mayor Roy, I voted to build the train station. I voted to do this study about that point. It was that section across the street we were looking at to develop as one big massive project. So I have some comments, I guess. Some you know. First of all, I agree with Councilor Nagel. We keep calling it a train station, but it's really a train stop. Let's just call it a train stop. The train's going to pull up, stop. We're going to get on. We're going to go someplace. I think train station makes people look at this elaborate thing where there's going to be, the old guy with the conductor cap, and he's going to, wheel your luggage on the car, and that's not Harry Potter, exactly. Yeah, or what's the one in the winter? The I don't know, Polar Express. Polar Express. That's the conductor I look at. Tom Hanks. He's the conductor. Yeah. I think though we have to look at traffic, as Councilor Page said, traffic on Cedar Street. If you want to go north and south in this town at certain hours, you might as well just pack a lunch because you're not going to get there north and south. And while the train station is great, it's going to bring, if it works, it brings more cars in, and then those cars have to get on Cedar Street someplace. So it delays that process. I think we have to look at the whole process as a whole. And I think the first proposal that we got, the state was willing to look at the entire corridor, not just the train station, but also the Cedar Street, and put in sidewalks and put in roundabouts so that the whole thing was looked at. And as I recall, back in Mayor Roy's day, we voted on that, and the state said, yeah, we'll get to you in 10, 15 years when we got money. And then COVID hit it, and everything went to hell. I think when we look at a train stop or a platform, we have to look like who's going to be to build something, even though we keep saying, well, it's the state's money. Well, it either comes out of my right pocket to the town or my left pocket to the state. Either way, we're paying those taxes. So it's not like it's free money. Somebody's paying those taxes. It's probably about April 15th, we're all going to make some contribution to those systems. So if no one's going to ride it, then that doesn't make sense. And where are they going to go? I get the sense, and I've been retired now for a while, but I get the sense that the workforce is changing. You probably do most of your job from home, right? My kids do most of their jobs from home. My daughter's a teacher, so she goes to work, obviously. But a lot of people do their jobs from home now. I go out to the store and I see all these people. I can't talk to you now. I'm working. Well, no, you're at the store buying something at Lowe's. You're not working. Well, I'm not working, but they don't know yet. But so I think the workforce is changing, and shopping patterns are changing. So putting development of little stores, people aren't buying that stuff anymore. They're going someplace else, and mostly on Amazon. But I think we should start talking about a platform or a stop or whatever, not a station. And I think whatever we decide to do, the development around that platform shouldn't negate development around our town center. Because our town center is, I'm afraid that and that was one of the original concerns, that we shift our focus to Cedar Street or to Newington Junction, the town center languishes. And we need, if there's anything this town needs, it's a more vibrant town center. Not necessarily more haircut places or nails places, but little shops and restaurants. And I'm afraid if we put all of our development eggs in one basket, that's a bad thing. And also we should keep in mind that any development in that area, at Cedar Street, for instance, comes at the cost of those businesses that are already there and already are on the tax paying rolls. And even if we take one of those off to make a train platform and we build a parking lot for, Representative Sugar said 200 cars, or I think it's 200 cars. That means that section of that is off the tax rolls.
Sure.
And while we put more development in, is it going to match the development we already have there? So there is already development there. I'm open to talk about it and open to look at it. I think it's important. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure which way I go on this because, you know, I don't usually ride the trains, but I think it's important. It could be an important asset to the town and it could be an important addition to the town. We just got to look at it very carefully and not just jump into it. And that was at this point, the holdup is that, you know, we said we would do it. We said we would train station, but the state's not going to put money in it. I don't want to have our town pay for a train platform. Although Mitch and I, with a couple of nails and hammers, we could build something.
Those would be bad.
You can get an Eagle Scout. That would be.
There you go, train station, yeah.
Some very good points were made, not only around this table, but also earlier in the evening. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the consideration and some of the ideas. Councilor Nagel, you made some good points. Some questions that we need answered. Does the state mandate the location? Which some folks are concerned about in terms of eminent domain. Is there still state funding available and how much? If this is something that we move towards, when are we talking money available to break ground in a year, 2 years, or 10 years down the road, or well, we're not sure, we'll get back to you. So these are, and again, relationships with our state delegation is critical to this so that we can have some of these questions answered and answered quickly and answered to the best of their ability. Being in Hartford and hopefully having more information than we have. We've talked about Cedar Street and Newington Junction. I have always favored the Cedar Street location. People are concerned, well, Newington Junction is a historical location. We have our little historic train station there. It's not to negate that that can't continue and that we already have seen some research and a report that was provided to us focusing on the historic area around West Hill, Newington Junction. That can still be part of that. It would be yet another enhancement to our community. Benefit from what I see for a train stop. And that's what it is. For anybody that has not gone to Berlin, take a trip down Berlin Turnpike and see what the train stop looks like there. I've been there picking people up, dropping people off. And I was there just about a week and a half ago in that area and saw new businesses that have sprung up over the past couple of years. It's not, I see it not only as having the potential to benefit our community in a number of ways, both through economic development and support for local businesses, but by extension to Central Connecticut State University. And we don't talk about CCSU as our neighbor and as our collaborator and a partner as often as I think we should. That's yet another discussion. And some of this has begun, but this could certainly benefit students, faculty, and families who have students at the university. It's environmentally sound. We talk about increased traffic. I can see a perspective of, in the long run, decreasing some traffic because people will be driving to the train stop and getting on the train to go to Hartford, to go wherever. Or also, that might also encourage fast track, which is a great resource that our communities have. It is an option for reasonably priced transit for people who don't have vehicles. For people as I think Councilor Plurd may have mentioned, may have mobility issues or difficulties. It increases our connectivity, not only to other areas of the state, but also to beyond our connected boundaries. And there's the connection with the bus and the train. And that is they're not mutually exclusive. So this is what I have, my 2 cents, my 12 cents tonight. And I'm encouraged because it sounds so far that we're all open to reopening and moving forward with this discussion. And from what I've heard, I find the commentary and the thoughtfulness encouraging. So I thank everyone who's spoken so far and a couple of people who will speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Badrega.
Yeah. I believe, and I mean, I was part of the listening public from when Fast Track started, or even before the shovel was put in the ground. And also when the train station was developed, and it was a train station at that time. It was not a platform. It was not a stop. And I want to say that a lot of the fears and a lot of the anxiety came because of the way it was presented as a train station. We sat through meetings where an entire community was presented to us on, it was going to be on Cedar Street, and we're going to have these market rate condominiums. There's going to be a brewery. There's going to be a big waterfall in the middle where people could, I think they even talked about ice skating or something. I mean, it was presented as, quite frankly, I'm sorry, it was so out of scale with what our town is. It was so unrealistic. And it was, that's where, are you kidding me? We're gonna have these, hundreds of apartments and blah, blah, coming in and out of, and, it's gonna eliminate cars. No, it's not gonna eliminate cars. Whether it's a platform or a train station or whatever, there's gonna be cars. So let's admit it. I encourage, this ongoing discussion, but let's admit what the problems are gonna be or what the issues are gonna be. There are gonna be cars. There's gonna be more cars, going in and out. But the benefits, but there'll be benefits as well. But it was just so out of scale, so pie in the sky. I mean, this is going to be Newington's savior.
Sounds like Disney.
It was people were. They're comparing it to Reston, Virginia or Alexandria. We are not. We're Newington. And as part of the discussion, I think we have to realize, okay, who do we want to be? I mean, do we want to create this big development? Well, quite frankly, I don't think it's going to work because the demographics of the Hartford area are not going to support an Alexandria, Virginia or a Reston or, even, Seattle, whatever. So I think as long as we're talking about it, we keep it in scale. It's a platform. It's a stop. Are we going to build a freaking water park? Which basically, I mean, they were talking about the things is out. And so what are we building it for? Is it getting from point A to B? For is it going to be commuters who are working? Are we just going to admit that, okay, it'll be out of towners maybe using it during the week and maybe, for Newington residents going to New York or what. But I mean, let's be realistic. Don't sell something that is not going to be delivered. But yes, let's work and see what we can do, but let's keep it within scale to the surrounding neighborhoods, the residences, because there's residents in both sites, the businesses in both sites. And I think it will be easier to sell and easier for me certainly to swallow, because I don't like being sold, pipe dreams. My And also, actually, there's just one more thing, it's like, again, I guess, Representative Turco said 200 cars.
I think he said that. Did I miss?
Still right. Okay.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
That's so, I know somebody said.
Because when this all started, it was over 300 cars. So that's what I mean. I mean, this is the type of stuff that was thrown at us, so.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Just real quickly, I appreciate hearing everyone's input and comments on it. And there's certainly a lot to think about. And I just had a question for Mayor Trister. I know when you were the first one to speak about this, you said that it was going to be looked at again, and I'm hearing from people that have been around for a while, their thoughts might be because of what has been presented in the past. So I just want to clarify, this is new moving forward. It's not old plans of grandeur and whatever. This is coming forward new for us all to discuss and come to the table. So, and maybe people in the public too are remembering back to things, in the past, but I just want to make sure this is not what was going on in the past. We're starting now and moving forward in a collaborative manner, and want to hear the public's opinion as well.
Yeah, that's my understanding from conversations.
I think that's important.
The extravagant plan was passed on, and there's no, from what I heard, there's not any appetite from that from the state. And yeah, we're interested in this discussion.
So yeah, I think we should be open to hearing the new proposal, I think, and thinking about all of the concerns that we all have, the community as well, and seeing what we can come together with.
Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Maggie.
I agree. I think we need to hear from the community, because from part of my waffling back and forth on a train platform or stop is because I'll talk to one person, they say it's a great idea. I'll talk to another person, they say it's a bad idea. I'll talk to another person, say, well, maybe, but I think the general public is all over the place on this.
No.
I appreciate the people that came here and spoke, and I suspect there's people on both sides that are pushing people to speak. I'm sure we'll hear from the train guy that'll come and speak, and he'll have a petition, and we'll hear from him next meeting. I think anything we look at has to be done with fresh eyes. This is a new environment that we're in. It's what may have been working, in the old days with the big water fountain and stuff, it isn't working anymore because
We'll just have a splash.
people they aren't working the way they used to work. For me, this is all new thing. I was used to going to work and being there at 8 o'clock and going home at 5, and that was my job. Now people don't do that. They work from home or they work from Lowe's. Nothing wrong with Lowe's. But they're working from all over the place, and so I think there's more of that may have impact on this. So I think we have to look at anything as fresh set of eyes.
Councilor Tiniakis.
I totally agree. I saw people all day today talking about this online and via, I got a couple texts. I saw people saying that no one's going to use it. I saw people saying it's going to make more traffic. Can't be both. Has to be one or the other in that regards. So I do think that if we, however we want to go about doing this, I think that we should just do it in a meticulous way. Either get another study done if that's the case, do a subcommittee. I'm open to any kind of idea to get this moving forward. But I just think that this kind of discussion is great, but I think, actually taking action and getting results to have a more informed discussion in the future is probably the best thing that we could do.
Thank you, Councilor Tiniakis. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add, I think an issue like this, and this goes for our town center as well, it's of such lasting consequence that it would behoove us to be united as a council to the degree that we possibly can in any action that we take. So I think those discussions, shouldn't just be had for lip service sake. They should, be had so that we can come to a conclusion as a council that truly reflects the needs of the community. And that means the needs around, the opposition they may have and tending to those concerns as well. So just want to affirm that, and I'm looking forward to the process.
Well, I want to thank everyone for a great discussion on this tonight. From a practical standpoint, my opinion on this is, the tracks are coming through our town. I think we should take advantage of it in whichever way that looks, but I'm interested in ensuring that this works. It's a plan that works for the community and it's in a location that works. I'm concerned and sensitive to the concerns about traffic on Cedar Street. But I also understand the general data points about economic development related to transit and rail particularly. I really do appreciate calling it a platform because I really think that's what we should continue to call it. We don't need Grand Central Station. We need a stop where people can get on and off real quick and continue on their way. So I'm really appreciative of everyone's input tonight, and I look forward to continuing the discussion. I thought this was great. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Very good. Moving right along. We'll have public participation will be a little bit later. Yep.
Yes, sir.
But you definitely got your moving on to point 11D, budget transfers. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Better to do. This is where the party happens.
Right.
Where else would I want to be? When I came to you in January with mid-year transfers, I did say that there could be more upcoming. This is the next list. It might not be the last. Since we did the mid-year transfers, there was, of course, as the mayor mentioned, the resignation of our current town manager. So with that in mind, my first transfer that you'll see there is to cover that out. The money coming out of technology and building is for salaries for some open positions that they had this year that we're still looking to fill. So they will need it next year, but right now those are some vacant positions, and the difference I'm looking to take out of the contingency account for the total of $176,000 going into the town manager's salary account. The other transfers are, as we took care of the budget and been going through and getting it ready for you to look at, we do look at the open balances in CIP accounts to be able to kind of offset maybe some of the requests that they had. You'll see down below that we're looking for a request to take out of the CIP from the Newington High School girls softball fields renovations, $35,100. That's the balance in that account, and that project I have confirmed has been done. So I did talk to Bill, and we look to move that over to the town parks ADA compliance and to be able to offset a little bit of what he's asking for next year in the CIP. The second request is under the same vein. We had a sidewalk improvements. This was for an overpass project that our former town engineer has started putting seed money into. Our current engineer and us all agree this is not a project we're going to be taking forward. So we look to move that over to sidewalk repairs instead. So it's $55,000 coming out of that, going into sidewalk repairs to try, as we say, offset some of the requests that you'll see when you do get the budget.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Murphy, can you just say again with the overpass, what does that refer to? Was that a specific location? or
That was over the Berlin Turnpike. Gary was looking before to do like a bridge over, a kind of flood.
Cartucci's.
Which we'd only started doing seed money on that. So we're like, since it's not like high priority, we figured that's something we're gonna kind of give a pass on right now. Yep.
Councilman Draco?
The salary transfers, you're putting it into town manager salary, is that
That's
due to the
out of-
contractual?
That was contractual
severance?
amount that we paid the for the town, the resignation for the town.
Resignated.
That's not exactly the amount, but that's what we'll need to get the town manager's office through the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or discussion for Ms. Murphy? Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Go
Yeah. We're gonna become good friends during the budget.
Moving on to item 12, written oral communications to town manager and other town agencies. You're up, Jamie.
Okay, so one of these meetings, we will have one of these updates without me talking about bad weather. Unfortunately, this isn't gonna be one of them. Earlier today, Eversource, submitted a preparedness briefing for a storm we're expected to get tomorrow afternoon into evening, which will have heavy rains and winds. So they have, gone to operational status warning at a planning level 5, effective 4 PM tomorrow. And if level 5 is actually the lowest of the levels, it goes 5 to 1, 1 being the worst. But it does mean that they will be opening their emergency operations center and will be bringing in additional crews and resources to secure that we have enough resources if there are power outages, which they are concerned about. And then just earlier this evening, the State Department of Energy, Emergency Services and Public Protection also put out some guidance stating that there could be some high winds, power outages and flooding tomorrow. So they're going to monitor the situation as well. As such, that prompts our staff to continue to monitor the situation and determine how and when we would need to respond to any issues. So we're keeping an eye on that. In terms of personnel, I again sent you an email yesterday that I'm now trying to find. We offered the position, the Senior and Disabled Center Eligibility Program Coordinator position to Maria Zayas, and she has accepted. We did take a little bit of time to make sure that we had the right person because as you all saw before, she has some very big shoes to fill for Karen Helper, her retirement. So she accepted the position. She starts on March 4th, which is great. So hopefully we're going to gather all of our resources to hopefully have her hit the ground running as much as possible. She comes to us with a clinical social work background, so she's more than qualified to do the duties of the position. But what we were looking for was, and what she did demonstrate throughout the entire process, was that she also has knowledge, empathy, resourcefulness, professionalism that we really need in that position. And that's what I was looking for the right fit for that job. And, fingers crossed for her. We welcome her and we look forward to having her here. Also, earlier today was the final round of interviews for the chief of police selection process. It went very well. I do plan to have a hiring decision by the end of this week. Once the successful candidate is offered the position, we will wait to hear back whether they accept the position and do all the related activities to get all of our ducks in a row. And then I will get back to you with that person's name and the plan moving forward to get that person in place. Everything else remains status quo in terms of personnel. The only other change was the secretary position in the police department. We are going to just push that interview process back a week or two so that the police chief, might have the new upcoming police chief can have some input later on in that process when it gets to that point down the road. The other positions remain open. We still have 9 vacant police officer positions, although there are some interviews coming down the pipe for that. And we are still seeking those positions in engineering and building. We have some interest in some internships in those departments, which could help lighten the load, but we want to make sure, of course, that it's beneficial to both the staff and to the student, that they're going to have a good learning experience, but that's something that could help while we continue to search for those positions. We have 0 applications in those positions right now. And that's about it. Questions?
Council liaison committee reports. Do we have any updates? Councilor Floyd.
Sorry, I did premature. No, that was my mistake. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I'll defer to Councilor Tiniakos and Councilor Bedrejko to chat about our rules and procedure meeting and giving perhaps an update on that. But just wanted to mention for folks that there is a TPZ meeting happening tomorrow. So if you're able to jump on, that will be held here in the council chambers and obviously online as well. And it's always great to sit in on those meetings. And then myself and Councilor Tiniakos, last week, we stopped by the Parks and Rec board meeting just to chat a bit about a couple things, including some ongoing discussions that they've been having around the pool. I know Councilor Mankey was there as well. And so, just affirming that, that's a project we're still continuing to look at and it's in flux and all the other things. So, that's my update.
Good. Councilor Tiniakos?
About the rules and procedures committee. So myself, Councilor Bedrejko, Councilor Ford got together. We evaluated some of the current rules that we have as far as how the meetings go. Nothing is set in stone yet, but just some highlights. We're looking to increase the public participation time up to 4 minutes. We're looking to allow someone to allow their time to one other participant only once. Few things that speed up the process, so I'm sure you guys are all gonna be happy about that. And a couple other things like that. So we're not fully committed on any changes quite yet. We're gonna meet again pretty soon. But yeah, that's pretty much what we've been working on.
Counselor Menke.
I did attend the Youth Adult Council meeting a couple weeks ago. And they're working on a program for the high school kids. Teacher that was mentioned, she's gonna spearhead it. So I'll have a more update when they've secured a location, time, and a room. But it'll be at the high school, and they're also planning some of you may know, we used to have the hoopla game that happened in town, and that was a fundraiser for the Youth Adult Council. They're hoping to maybe not redo that, but do something else like a bingo game. And that'll be sometime, I believe, in May. They're just working on a school to try to get they're working around May proms and sports activities. So I'll have more information certainly by the end of March.
I'm sorry, they don't do the hoopla anymore? I didn't know
They
that.
do not do the hoopla anymore.
That's a
It
real
was,
shame.
we stopped it during COVID, and we couldn't get it back together again to get that.
Thank you.
It raised a lot of money at one point, but
It was a great time. It was a great event.
Counselor Tiniakis?
Oh, nope, didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Any other comments? No, very good. Moving on to public participation. If there's anybody in the room that would like to come up and speak, now you're welcome to come on up. Thank you for being patient.
Run.
For holding with us.
Thank you, Major, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been there at the science we start. I've been listened from here, all the way down there, from here, and I come back to you. And in my opinion, we are fly a kite without wind. In the project, I can see and I hear there is no base of nothing. There is no money, there is this, there is this. There is always a discussion for many years, which we've been lose money and time for nothing. For a platform of 20 cars, there is down on Main Street, the bus station there, down Main Street, the bus station. Go over there, see how many cars they are there. People, they use that thing there. There is no base. And then I could see it. There is a company wants to make some money. And then halfway to the project says, oh, we can do nothing no more. What they do? They stop, they leave the sore eye for us to pick up. The same way they did on City Street when they have that car dealer. After they finish that the lease, they left the property in bad condition. The garage, they were contaminated, everything. Who pick up all those things to take care of that? Us. So, Major, we had tried to fly a kite with no wing. We are smart people. We are good people. We should not allow to do this until everything is in paper, is in place to do. Then we could decide that. Now there is no wind. How can you put the kite in the air? There is no wind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see we have some folks online. Go ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Trister, for answering my question about 690
I'm
Cedar
sorry,
Street.
Ms. Lyons.
Can you speak up a little bit? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Thought if we could turn up. the volume.
Oh, there we
That's
go.
better.
Oh, there you go.
We got you.
Perfect. There you go.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Rose Lyons. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
we can hear you.
Okay, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Trister for answering my questions about 690 Cedar Street. I know I've been harping on it, but if you had sat through as many meetings as I've sat through and listened to the discussions about how that property was going to be sold and this, that, and the other thing. And then I see that you went into, I don't know if it was you that actually were in it, but when Mr. Hutka was there, went into executive session, I just was very leery about what was happening there. And I appreciate you, your honesty with me. I'm not happy with the answer, but it's, it is what it is. Cedar Street has been a bone of contention with everybody for a long time now, and having gone to many a TPZ meeting and heard about the building at the top of the mountain on Frisbee's property, with National Welding, with Dakota, with the train station now known as the train platform, I've asked in the past, and I'll ask again, please look at the whole picture. Every time something comes up, everybody just looks at that individual area. I think it's a very important part of our town. Do we need a train platform? Maybe so. But do we need another study? I don't think so. I have to admit that I did not catch all of the discussion. I will go back and review it. I've taped it on NCTV. But we've gone from pillar to post as to what it's going to be. And how can anybody make an informed decision if you don't know everything about the project that is being proposed? Is it even being proposed? I will sit through another presentation. I'll give you one more chance with me. But the fact of the matter is, I think we all need more information. And for the new people on the town council, I know you're giving it your best. You're trying to get things done. But I think you also need to go back and look at the history, whether it be reviewing minutes of meetings, looking at informational sessions that were given. I don't know. I'm not saying that you haven't done that, but those of us that have been around for the last 10 years listening to this are very leery about what is being proposed because we don't know what's being proposed. If you look at Facebook, you'll get 92 different opinions, and I would bet you that out of those that have mentioned the train station today, yesterday, whatever, none of them were at, I shouldn't say none of them, I would say 20% of them probably were at any of the presentations that were given. So go to the people that were on the town council prior to this, go back and look at other meetings, be informed yourselves before you agree to anything. I thank you once again. And Mayor Trister, I'd also like to thank you for allowing the public to speak after the presentations. That happened at one time with previous councils, and then it stopped happening, and I found that those that were being honored left the room before the regular public participation came to be heard. So I thank you for doing that as well. All right, be careful out there. It's pouring, and just drive carefully on your way home.
Great. Just my mom was drying up.
Moving right along, we have other folks online. Go ahead, Ms. Havens.
Hello, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. I'm just gonna keep on going from where Rose left off about the train station / platform. I'm not sure we should call it a platform or station. Because I would prefer a platform over a station. But if you listen to Governor Lamont in the beginning of January and near the end of January, every time he spoke of train stations / platforms, he said how important it was to have TOD built around it. So to think that all they're going to do is put up a little platform, I think I find that hard to believe, but maybe. And I am one of those people that have been to all the presentations and of the train stations. So she's right. It's flip-flopped. Gail's right. It's flip-flopped. We had a whole city over by West Hill, and then we had a whole city on Cedar Street, and had to be West Hill because this train could get way more speed and save like 3 minutes to get to Berlin. And that's why they didn't want it on Cedar Street. And then suddenly they wanted it on Cedar Street because they could build even more housing around the train station. So just pay attention and just wait and see what they actually present to us. And then for the permanent building committee. So one thing that was mentioned today was concerning to me, where one of the counselors said that they wanted people who were on the committee that were representing the area that was being built, say it be the school or the library, be able to vote. I think allowing them to have a vote is kind of negating the whole reason for a permanent building committee, because, you know, they may vote no against another project so that they, or parts of another project, to be sure there'd be more funding left for the project that they really want to pour all their money into. You know, let's just let them be advisors and information gatherers and parters, and not a voting member. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Davis.
Thank you.
Mr. Slusarski, go right ahead.
Hi,
Hello.
John Slosarski, 40 Grandview Drive. I just want to say I really appreciate your discussion about the train station. I look forward to future discussions about it. I may have given you an impression that I was against the train station. I'm sort of against mass transit that costs like stupid money and doesn't serve any purpose. So I'm kind of ambivalent to the train station because it's the track's already there. They're going to use it. My only concern is, it's difficult to get there without a car. I just spent 4 weeks in New Zealand and Australia walking. I would think nothing of walking 3 miles in Sydney, but the train station's 3 miles from my house, and I never think about walking there living here. I'd get in my car. And then on top of it, it's a 3-hour trip to New York City from there. I can drive to Fairfield Metro and get to the city in 2.5 hours. So I would probably continue to do that. I understand other people would get there, but it's so weird because the two places for our station are just not very conducive for easy access. One thing I'd mention to Councilor Page when he got in his soapbox, mass transit isn't always more efficient. There's a 3,000 horsepower diesel engine running these trains up and down from Springfield to New Haven. And that is not more efficient than being in a car. Overall, the train system, you get about 50 passenger miles per gallon. Cars are about 30 on the highway. But a diesel engine with only 80 people on average on a train ride are not getting anywhere near that passenger mile. So it's not environmentally friendly, even though it sounds like it should be. Everybody thinks it should be. Mass transit is environmental friendly, but it not always is. So I just leave you with that. Thanks again for everything. I appreciate Councilor Menke's comments about my participation on the pension committee, and I hope we can finally get our pensions fully funded at some point before I die, but I'm not so confident of that. But thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Slusarski. Ms. Pascarelli.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Hi, everyone. Late night, thank you for the great meeting. This was all very interesting. And it's 62 Wells Drive North, by the way. First of all, I just wanted to say it's great to hear that we're going to get a couple more EV chargers in town. I actually am an electric vehicle owner, so this is great. The more that we can get, and I'd like to just mention to Councilor Menke that in terms of getting 2 and then putting in maybe 4 more, 220, 221, whatever it takes. I think we can definitely look forward to that. I don't think I did it at my house, and I think once you put the electrical upgrade in, you're good to go from there. But I'm not an expert. Check with the experts. And I wanted to also make a quick comment about the train stop. I just want to thank everybody who is moving this forward for moving it forward. I know that there's a lot of details, and the devil's always in the details of these things. And there's a lot of stuff in the past. And I really think it's time to move past all the concerns of the past. I trust all of you there. I trust the people in the state legislature to get together and do the right thing for the town. It seems to me that Cedar Street makes the most sense. I don't really know how much more traffic is going to come from a train stop. I used to live in New Haven and go to the train station all the time in New Haven, a very busy station. And there was never a tremendous amount of traffic around the train station. It's just like any other thing. I mean, we never talk about traffic when it comes to putting another Dunkin' Donuts in town or something like that. Traffic is a concern, but I feel like we are overstating the traffic concern around this train stop, and we don't talk about it in other things that we allow to happen in this town. So I think it's a false flag, and I just don't really support that argument. It is going to take cars off the road. I work in North Haven, and I would love to be able to get on that train at least once a week and not have to sit in a car for 26 miles each way. It kills me. Even with my electric car, I find it's just debilitating some days. My stepdaughter lives in Brooklyn and she comes home all the time. And to be honest, we just go to New Haven to pick her up, because why make her change to go on another line after she gets to New Haven to take another train, and then we still have to drive to Berlin. So, people say, who's going to use it? I don't know who's going to use it. People are going to use it. And if you're not the person who's going to use it, that's fine. I'm going to use it. And my stepdaughter is going to use it. And other people, maybe I love the comment by the gentleman earlier tonight who said people are doing, like, living 2-3 hours away from New York and doing a couple of days in the city at their job and working from home the rest of the time. And we know Newington's an affordable, these days it's a little bit less so, but it's an affordable town for a lot of people. It's attractive. So, I love Commissioner Budrako. We work together on open space, and I appreciate her comment where she said, look, we're Newington. We're just, we are what we are. But I actually think, like, we should also kind of think about what we can be. Oh, we don't have to just be the town with the, as Councilor Menke said, the kind of, the town center that needs a little life. We need a little bit more life in our town center. There's a lot of things this town needs. And I think this is one of the things that will really help us in the long run. So, again, thank you for moving it forward. I trust you guys to do the things that are right and make the best decisions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On Zoom, anybody else in the room that would like to participate in public participation? Come on up. Yeah, we have one more person right here.
Let's just.
We have one other person first. Yeah. No, you go ahead. Okay, very good.
There was nobody else.
No, there's nobody else.
You never had to ask. You're always.
Instead of put the railroad station on the Cedar Street, why we don't put that platform on Liberty Street down there? I have the land, comes from Maple Hill to the railroad. Maybe they will buy my land, they will put that thing there, and they will take all of the traffic and all things off Cedar Street. It will be easy to do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Easy.
Easy. We have wind.
My checkbook.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
If anyone wants to buy any land in my backyard, certainly feel.
First of all, lost my voice already. First of all, actually, I wish you wouldn't have started that. One of the things, and
Name.
Oh, can you just name and address for us?
Bob Tallard,
Thank you, Bob.
I live on Edmond Street. It's hard to hear you guys, especially Amy. I'm sorry, you guys need to get closer to the mics. If you could turn up the volume. When you listen to Jimi Hendrix with headphones for many years at volume 10, you tend to lose some of your. So it'd be nice if everybody got closer so I could hear everybody clearly. I sit back there so I could take pictures of the screen. So in case there's an outline of something being planned in town, I could see it. So that's why I sit where I sit. Mitch, I have a couple of questions, answers. Question for you when I get through. You had mentioned about impromptu meetings somewhere where people, because not everybody can come up here and talk face to face and has, the courage to do it, whatever you want to call it. And I was just wondering if there's any update on those impromptu meetings, if you could maybe put it in the minutes or something like that, or a reminder, because I think more people would come to the meetings if they were impromptu and it's a more relaxed environment. I think it would be better. And I just take a lot of notes. And, oh, you know what, Mayor, I wanted to thank you for bringing that forward about what happened to you before when you were trying to get on the town council. I'm glad you finally addressed that publicly. One thing though that I noticed, I take a lot of notes, as I said just previously, and when the mayor asks somebody, like let's say Councilor Mankey, I noticed that none of the Republicans address the mayor as mayor. You just start talking. You don't show him the courtesy that he is the mayor of the town of Newington. I had a lot of arguments with Beth DePluno, the former mayor, as we can all attest to that. But I always addressed her as mayor, as much as we had close encounters of the third, fourth, and fifth kind, time to time. It was a little contentious, but I always addressed her as mayor. And I would appreciate it if you could see the same courtesy to our current mayor. And let's see what else I got here. Oh, yeah. I watch a lot of different TV shows, Newsmax, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. And I noticed that Eric Bowling and Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity do not know who the current president is. They call Donald Trump President Trump. He is not the president. Actually, he was voted by historians as the worst president ever. He's the 45th worst president ever. And I noticed that sometimes they call him 45. I guess maybe that's his IQ. I don't know how they're referencing Trump. But for people not to and that's kind of what my comment was with you not addressing the mayor, in all due respect, is these guys don't even know who the president of the United States is, or they won't even acknowledge the previous election, that it was everything's fake. And
just about 30 seconds over the time. You can wrap it. You can try to wrap that up. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anybody else in the room looking to participate in public participation? All right, moving along to remarks by councilors. Anybody have any thoughts? Councilor Mackey.
Just to address Mr. Tallard's comments, Mr. Tallard, I know who the mayor of this town is. I didn't call the previous mayor either. I think around this table, it gets a little cumbersome to say council this, council that, mayor this, mayor that. It cuts down on some of the conversation and it cuts down some of the idea we can work together. If we, again, I have the floor, Mr. Tallard. It doesn't mean I don't respect the current mayor.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. It's not back and forth.
It just, and I'll, if that's what you wishes, I could try to remember to do that, but I think it cuts down on some of the conversation. And I think the goal of this group, the 9 of us, is to work together in a collegiate manner, which I have seen that up until this point tonight. But if we want to get back to the old ways, I guess we can do that. But I think sometimes it gets, for me, any cumbersome to remember. It's Councilor Nagel, not Dave. It's Councilor. I can't even pronounce your name probably right. So I think sometimes it's for easier conversation, especially if we're talking about things back and forth. I think there's no question that I respect anyone on this table. You all were elected as I was. I respect you and I hope you respect me, but we can talk in leadership how you want me to address Your Highness.
So we're the tiara next time.
Oh, yeah.
Please don't make me do that. Any other remarks by council? No? All right, we'll move on to informational items. Do I go through these? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So we have, as you see there, we have a Kid Mayor program. It's just something I stole from my friend over in Weathersfield, Mayor.
Good job.
We think it should be a fun thing to promote civic education in the schools. It really what it is an essay contest for grades 2 to 4 in elementary school. The essay winners will get to come to a council meeting, take my seat for a few minutes and read their essay one time. So that I think it'll be a fun thing. We also have as Representative Turco reminded us to point out, this Thursday is Celebrate Newington Day at Central Connecticut State University. It is the basketball game of CCSU versus LIU. It's at 7 p.m. and it is free for Newington residents. So please come out if you can. It should be a good time. We're looking forward to it.
Central's doing real well.
Yeah, Central's got a good team this year.
Not
And
as
I
good as
will-
UConn.
No.
Not, no,
as good as
no, no, certainly not. But we are, and we're really grateful to Stu Leonard's for their sponsorship of the event. Lastly, this Friday is Employee Appreciation Day here at the Town Hall. And we are recognizing the hard work of our dedicated employees. It'll be at 9:30 a.m. in Conference Room A, B, and C, and excited for it. So really grateful for all you do, and we appreciate you every day. But we'll celebrate you on Friday with some bagels and some cool stuff. So looking forward to that. I don't believe we have any other. No, nothing else. No other.
I'll have my flyers for human services when they finish up wherever they're gonna be.
Very good, very good.
How they're gonna do it.
All right, so moving on to executive session. Counselor Page, would you read the resolution, please?
Yes, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 1-206C, hereby moves to go into executive session, invites the town council members, the mayor, attorney David Griffith, Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, Lauren Rhines, Director of Administrative Services, Joe Salomon, Facilities Director, and DJ Zordan, Emergency Management Director, to discuss public safety matter, emergency operations.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? None. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have to close out of this, Scott, and go to another one?
I think so.
Take a 2-minute break.
Guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we have to go another one, or they're gonna be on the screen? So we can stay
To
where
go
we
to
are.
another Zoom? Another Zoom?
I do.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
Where I am.
Are we still on? We're still on?
I get the relaxed.
No, tell us. Thank you.
Yeah. Whole time.
All right, we're back from executive session. I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Councilor Clark, seconded by Councilor Gonzalez. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
You didn't ask for discussion.
I'm sorry.